Huh? The the Twitch stream is only showing one viewer, but there's been like a dozen people that posted in chat, so I'm just gonna assume that site is bugged again this morning. I was having some problems yesterday when we signed off as well. Lovely, lovely platform. All right, our tournament starts early today. So we've got that in 10-ish minutes. Thank you for the biddies, Jace. We actually filled all of our deck submissions before the stream went live. So we're gonna do viewer decks today, but they are all spoken for already. I would like to communicate with the Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know that I want to necessarily get back. Oh, good golly. Gamers. Gamers. Holy. We have assembled the Machop Voltron. Yeah, I don't know that I want to get back to the Magic days where we had like a queue days in advance, but it might be a quick first game with our Lucario. Yep, that is all right, finish him. I have Machoke and Machamp, but like, do we even need it? Narrator, we did not. The knuckliest of all the punches. Play more basics, gamers. Hey, Morning Prophecy. Thanks for making me a part of your daily schedule. Yeah, I was just saying after we went live, we actually filled the viewer deck submissions before we went live this morning. So, we have a Discord server for YouTube members and Twitch subscribers, and they get first dibs at them the night before / morning of before I go live, and they filled up today before we went live. So I've got seven decks in the queue. And we're gonna be playing some Lumineon Yen Mega in a tournament this afternoon too. I would love to find some friends. Yep. This is probably an angle where, when you don't have the crazy opener like we did in that first game, you typically let them hit the lead Pokemon, and then you charge up the Machamp in the back to come in once it's ready. Once you're subscribed to get full access to the Discord server, you'll need to link your subscribed Twitch account in your Discord settings. So open your Discord, and there's a integrations tab where you have the option to link Twitch and YouTube and all sorts of other accounts to your Discord. Ooh. That Electrode's actually kind of scary, huh? That Electrode is kind of scary. Are we doing this one? Let's do this one and let's draw Lucario, huh? If we draw Lucario, we clear this with weakness. We've got an extra look here. Come on, 2 Lucarios and a dream. Unlucky. Why not communicate the extra Machop? So, good general experience thing to be aware of with communication is that communication, unlike Pokeball, is not deck thinning, right? You're not, it's not deck thinning. You're not, you're not making your deck smaller when you play it. So you very, very much need to, I think I need to back off so I don't, I think I need to pull this so I don't die to a second Sabrina. Do I? Yeah, I think I do. I was going to put the Machamp up and let it take a hit. So generally speaking, you want to wait to Pokemon communication until like until you're actually going to use the card that you pull. Animated Taco, thanks for the 15 months, because the more cards you draw before you Pokemon communication, the higher the odds are that you'll draw more Pokemon, which makes the outcome of your Pokemon communication more predictable. So obviously you shouldn't wait to play it if there's something that's like going to actively help you. But oh, you know, we're actually just kind of dead on board here, right? Yes, yeah, so they hit us down to 20, and then without a potion or a cape here, the Voltorb just clears us. They probably have Electrode as well. Alright, we're going to take our first ad point of the morning before the tournament round starts here at the top of the hour. So we had an early tournament this morning starting at 9 a.m. I'm going to throw we've got a broom. We put together a deck at the end of the stream yesterday that we played a couple of games with that I really like from a theory perspective. So it's kind of a spiritual successor of the Starmie Lumineon deck I played a bunch last season. We're playing Yanmega as a bigger finisher because I think Starmie's a little bit worse off, both because of its breakpoints and because retreating EXs back to your bench is less exciting than it was. So we've got this submitted for the 9 a.m. tournament, and we'll be starting that in a couple minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream when you get here in the morning. Shout out to the 56 button pressers that did that first thing. Yes, playing the communication earlier also means that you're putting a card you don't want to draw back into your deck, and you could, giving yourself time until you need the card that you're searching for means you could draw that card organically. The basic idea here, I think, is good deck building. So the Dawns with the Mana Fee and the Yanmega mean that if you Mana Fee on one, you can attack with Yanmega along with Dawn the following turn and just start cracking for 120 every turn for the rest of the game. Which, 120 starting on the second turn is like a lot of damage. And I think there's a lot of games you'll win where you just like Yanmega crack for 120 on turn 2 and then you just attack twice more and the game ends essentially. And then we've got Lumineons as a way to attack past Druddigons that are common in the metagame. And we've got a Miser Palkia here as like a third big attacker. Jeff, I'm curious, what was the final nail in the coffin when it came to Magic for you? Modern Horizon sets. I played a lot of Magic's non-rotating formats, them very intentionally and specifically power creeping those. Was a deal breaker for me. Yeah, Lumineon gives us a backup thing, and it's kind of a backup Cyrus. It's kind of serves the Cyrus role in a way, because it can clear things that they chase back to the bench. Do you have any opinions on Heatran? It's kind of slow and clunky, and it's awkward to follow up. It's awkward to follow up Dialga with a 1 knockout point Pokemon in a Cyrus world. For people that keep asking me why I'm not playing 2 communications, or we're not playing Misty and all this other stuff, there's only 20 slots in your deck, gamers. Yeah, so we theory crafted at the end of the stream yesterday. Yeah, I agree that too many people are playing 2 communications. I think I like 2 communications in a lot of the stage 2 decks, but even all of those I've been moving down to 1 in some of them. And in decks that are only leaning on stage 1s, I think one communication is good here. Why is Cape good here? Cape's a generically good Pokemon pocket card. Having extra sustain lets you dodge a lot of breakpoints in a lot of different matchups. Mana low HP basics to start. Also appreciate it. It's funny, not only do I not have any full art yet, Megas, I actually only have exactly 2 of the regular EXs. How does Lucario Machamp feel? I would be surprised if Machamp is good. We're going to play it as our first viewer deck of the day to get a better feel for it, but I've honestly been whelmed by Lucario as well. I think Machamp... So, I was very wrong about Gallade. I think Gallade is actually power crept Machamp as opposed to Machamp making Gallade not good. One less energy on your attack is a big deal, and the lower retreat costs are a big deal. It's a good resource for finding deck lists. I do a few different roundups on the YouTube side, Presto. I do a weekly meta report that's based on, covers the developments among top tournament lists, and then the video the following day is like one-off deck list that spiked things. All right, we're playing against a Drudagon stall to start, so we'll see how our Lumineons do. They are Drudagon, Darkrai, Greninja. Yeah, 9 a.m. tournament is convenient for my typical start time. You believe if I told you I attempted to split the Lumineons? I would believe you that splitting Lumineon sounds good in the random queue. I would be surprised if it's good in a tournament where I'm expecting to play against more good decks. Alright, let's see how our theory craft goes. As always, I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on the games while we're playing a tournament round. Behave, or the mods will bonk you. So we're playing against Greninja, Darkrai. They have 2 copies of Drudagon. Yanmega lead is not great for us, but we do have first energy advantage, which is nice. We have Lumineon, so we just need to... have 1 copy of X speed that can let us pivot this out. I think I'm communicating here on one, because if I find Fidian, I want to get it and play him. Alright, 1 X speed, 2 research, 13 cards. So, I took a little bit of a gamble here, and I'm getting slightly punished, but we can make it right with Dawn, essentially, here. So, not a hyper-efficient use of resources, but we have a bunch of energy now. Them having Greninja on curve is really bad for us. If 2 copies of Cyrus, they're going to be able to drag up next turn anything they want. It's kind of scary. I'm going to go energy here, and then we'll Oceanic Gift onto these friends. And then we're going to want to put 50 onto Darkrai to start. Well, I guess we actually don't need to put 50 on Darkrai. So I was going to say we want Yanmega to be able to clean it out, but they're not on Cape, and Yanmega has type advantage there. So I guess that doesn't matter. I think we might just be cooked because we had an awkward start and they had Greninja on curve. Yeah, we actually lose the Yanmega if they have Cyrus or the Yanma. Oh. This feels like a mistake. Now if I draw the Yanmega, they lose, right? Okay, well, our opponent is throwing. We now have 2 research and 2 Yanmega to redraw into to win the game on the spot, as opposed to when we were 0% just a second ago. Is there justice in the world? No justice in the world, just us. It's always frustrating when your opponent makes a really awful line in a game they're 100% to win, and then you don't hit your out. I think if my opponent just, like, sits there and pokes our stuff, we probably can't win, but them's the beats. It's fine. Games are best of 3. The opponent's deck list is likely one of the best decks in the format. Along with Darkrai, Magnezone has been putting up a lot of results. Manaphy start with first energy advantage is good, assuming we can find some basics. We'll have 3 draws here. Have you dabbled in paper Pokemon or TCG Live? I streamed a bit of the Pokemon client that existed before TCG Live, but never any TCG Live. There's no content metrics for the regular Pokemon game, and making content is how I feed my kids, so If we hit the Yanma, this is our cracked opener, but we need to hit the basic here. Oh man, it's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, I needed Yanma plus another basic. Or I need my X speed. If we top deck X speed, I can attack with Yanmega next turn. They are missing Greninja this time at least though, so we've got that going for us. Unfortunately, if I brick this first tournament, I have a hard out today at like 4:30, so I can't play a noon tournament. I think I want to prioritize trying to hit a Palkia or a Fidian here. Okay, nice. So we do this. Nice, we have all the options, so let's do this. Let's do this, question mark. I think it's Palkia. So this forces Darkrai to the front of the class. And then we threaten to clear it right away. They've already played one copy of Leaf, so they would need another Leaf plus a basic. Is there any reason to play Lumineon out here? I don't think I need to show that to them. If they don't have Leaf here, they're probably dead. They need second Leaf. They have second Leaf. Okay. Okay, so now we pivot to this. Although, no, they don't have any more copies of Leaf, yeah? So it's gonna take them 2 turns to get this out because they're through both their copies of Leaf. And at that point, I think we're done. Because they had to reposition to not to die, and now this means they're just dead anyways. I need to charge this up so that way when they switch this and Cyrus this up and kill it. Oh, they can't Cyrus this and kill it next turn. Because they have to put the energy here, meaning they can't do 100 here. Yeah, we're done. They're checkmated. A little bit more average variance this matchup. That played out pretty alright for us. And our start was only okay. Missing the second bench basic was tough. I think Lumineon and Honchkrow are really good ways to attack this metagame. So they're technically not dead on board the way I attach my energy, but I have Dawn in hand, so they are dead. And they know we have 2 copies of Dawns. They probably could have assumed we had that based on my line. All right, head to game 3. I feel like in the games where they don't play Greninja on curve, we're probably a pretty solid favorite. Wonder how intentional the game design is that Yanmega gives any color away to one-hit KO Darkrai. It's very intentional. Almost assuredly very intentional. My opponent needs a second before game 3. Not a big deal. They're playing quickly. Life happens. I only get annoyed if people need a quick minute in between games if they're like running the timer down, but this opponent's playing at a very reasonable pace, so they need a second here. We have 20 minutes for game 3, which is plenty. You need to be a part of the Limitless Discord channel for tournaments. It depends on the tournament. So some tournaments require you to join a Discord server that's managing it. Some do not. It really just depends. But you will almost assuredly need a Discord account for tournaments at some point. Discord's great. It's like one of the least toxic forms of social media. Low bar, I know, but it clears it. If you're enjoying the tournament gameplay and the daily streams on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Shout out to the 168 people that have done that already this morning. Okay, wait. I take back what I said about my opponent. My opponent's apparently trying to play 2 tournaments at once. And I told them... I told them they need to finish our round. Okay. That's not okay. Like real life, you need a minute is fine, but no, I'm not. No, all right. Trouble setting up the match. My opponent is asking us to wait so they can play a different event in the middle of our round. No, they're like, well, they're like, we have plenty of time. I was like, yeah, that's great, but we need to play our game. Make a second Pocket account. You want to play 2 tournaments at once. You're not, like, real life things need a minute, like, not a big deal. I'm happy to wait. I'm just gonna call. I'm just gonna hit the judge button. I mean, it's not even about the stream. Even if I wasn't streaming, if I was playing this off stream, I would not let someone burn our round timer so they could play another event simultaneously. Yeah. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're 1-1 in round 1 of this tournament. And my opponent's trying to get us to wait to play game 3 so they can play a game in another tournament. Yeah, the judge showed up and said that's not okay, so we're either going to play or I assume they're going to get a game loss, which isn't great for content. Yeah, they just told him we need to start now or I get the win. So, we'll see what they say. I think the promo Mischievous is better than the regular one, yeah, for sure. It's really important that you have the promo Mischievous in matchups like Charizard. They told me to search now that we're gonna play, but it hasn't queued into them yet, so we'll see if they told me. Let's see if they're actually searching or if they're just buying time to finish their other game. Cryptic Creative, thanks for the 2 months. Didn't find you. Are you actually searching or just wasting time? All right, we have an opponent. We have a game 3. We have first energy advantage. Should I get Manaphy and a bench Pokemon? That's Manaphy and a bench Pokemon. Lovely. Ideally, we get another bench Pokemon in our draws here. So one of the things you'll note about this deck is playing 7 basic Pokemon. Because it's really important in the games where we have Manaphy that we have 2 to start with when we Oceanic Gift. This is the start. If we kill Darkrai next turn if it's in the active spot. This is what this deck wants to do. So, we retreat to Yanma, evolve to Yanmega, Dawn this energy up, crack them for 120. Pass the turn. Pass the turn. Pass the turn. What sweet justice after that song and dance. We're just done. This is why we built this deck. And obviously you're not going to do this every game. But I think getting some amount of free wins from being able to do this is probably pretty powerful. This was a clinic game 2 into this one of how you want this matchup to go. Good night, my sweet prince. Actually just how we drew it up. Cyrus technically lets them live for a turn because I can't retreat this and put an energy on here, but we're done. Yeah, see, now they have lots of time to get back to play their other tournament. Whew, man. And this is why, you know, people were talking about why I was trying to push back on people being silly about Darkrai being tier 0 or the metagames decided, like, there are tools in this game to give you counterplay into these decks. That is. Yeah, okay. I need to run to the restroom really quick, so we're going to go ahead and tap an ad break. We're going to be playing some viewer decks in between rounds of the tournament. But if you want to snag this one so you can give it a try for yourself at home, there it is. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have an awesome day at Pokemon Pocket here like we do every day. Okay, let's hop on the bike as we hop on into our game with our viewer deck. There's so many more decks I need to try. Yeah, we really need more deck slots. 15 deck slots is actually just a freaking travesty. My bike chair is made by a company called FlexiSpot. You can check out their Amazon store there. Deck submissions are closed for today. We filled up deck submissions before I went live today. So if you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, I offer up the deck slots in advance on the Discord server. So you can want to claim one of those. We'll offer them up again before we go live tomorrow. Yeah, I think I communication looking for Riolu here, yeah? Hey, Silver. Perfection on that. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Speaking of Discord, be sure to ping me on the Discord side so you get access to Beverly Shills. And our trickle-down economy stays in action here in Fantasyland Hoaglandia. So our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,768 shillings. Xenogenic, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. And this is one of the, so there's two big downsides to playing Machop over Gallade in this kind of core. The first of those is that you have a 2 energy retreat cost, so you need Leaf to pivot out. The second is that you don't play well while going first. So routes into Gallade attacks well while going first. I'm a big fan of teleport routes, personally. We're probably cooked if they have the Togetic. Or the Togekiss. Whatever the big mama is called. We're probably cooked if they have it. Slap routes does use colorless. Old Krillia needed Psychic, though. Yeah, I almost played the Luxray deck in this morning's tournament, and then we put together Lumineon, and Lumineon remains my one true Pokemon Pocket love. I believe we are just going to be smashed, literally and figuratively. Which, again, it's actually interesting and noteworthy that, like, if this was Gallade, this would have enough energy to attack by the time this died, yeah? Have you met a Retreat Zero Pokemon you don't love yet? I haven't, actually. The Retreat Zero Pokemon are like the Pokemon Pocket equivalent of playing a bad Flash card, I think. Okay, another basic here might be our saving grace. If they don't have a Cyrus or a Sabrina, they kill this, we put this up, attach second energy, they kill this, we clear them with this. The follow-up Togekiss will probably get us, though, but we're not dead to the first one, at least. I just like tricky cards, gamers. I'm a tricky card enjoyer. They bring me joy. The trickier the card, the better. Yeah, so we're not dead for a few turns here, but we're effectively dead in the long term. This means we're not dead to Sabrina this turn. Maybe their other Togekiss is going to be their literal bottom card. You know, I actually have to evolve this so they take the knockout, yeah? Because otherwise, even without the other Togekiss, they could switch to Togetic and clear this. Yeah, I think Lucario might actually be one of the cards, the most overrated card from this expansion. Hey, no bark. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. If you link your Twitch account to your Discord account, Saint Lovejoy, under your connection tabs, there'll be an option to just join my server directly from there. Lucario being overrated is just like in the video game. Yeah, it's just all the furries like him, I assume. Underrated artwork? I don't know. This game does such a good job of making all the 2 stars awesome. What's that behind me? You'll have to be more specific. There's an entire shelf full of stuff behind me. I think Discord is literally as good as possible for a social media to be. There's no algorithm dictating what you see. You choose which servers you engage in and which places you engage in those servers. Blue Sky reminds me of Twitter from 2 decades ago. Blue Sky's been really pleasant. My Twitter account was created in 2007, and it's honestly hard to put into words just how much worse that platform has gotten in the last 3 to 4 years since Mr. Musk took it over. It was already on a downward trend before he came at the helm, but he took the ship and firmly crashed it into the ground. We may or may not have time to finish this next game, depending on how long the tournament goes. I don't use Twitter. What did he do? The primary thing that Elon Musk did was he allowed people to pay to be at the top of the algorithm. So instead of it rewarding content that people actually want to see, it's just whoever spent the most money has their stuff shown to everyone, so the average quality of the stuff that you're seeing goes down significantly. Because believe it or not, a lot of the people willing to pay to have their stuff promoted aren't making stuff worth seeing. Yeah, it's literally just a pay-to-win social media platform. And yeah, that's even before you get into the very obvious social issues that the platform has, but I want to make it clear, even completely discounting all of the many social issues that are present on the platform, it's also just not good past that. So yes, I'm a dirty leftist, but even if you're not a dirty leftist, like, the platform is objectively much worse than it was a decade ago. I think we're probably dead here. We were probably dead even if we were playing Gallade, but Manaphy decks are just so cracked when they get a couple activations. Oh, that we're just cooked by this Palkia, yeah. I can clear this, but it doesn't matter. Yes, one thing this latest expansion did really well is there are a bunch of decks that prefer going first. Yeah, I think I'm gonna throw this deck in the trash can. I might try Lucario with Gallade at some point, but I think I'm pretty fairly confident that Machamp is largely just worse than Gallade. Which really surprises me. As someone who thought Gallade was gonna be worse Machamp, Gallade is both better when going first, and its lower stages having retreat cost 1 are such huge upsides. Jeff, are you still losing weight? I'm in the process of, like, shifting my weight around. So, I've been in the 170 to 175 range for, like, 6 or so months now. But for the last 5 months, I've been lifting regularly, so we're converting some of the fat into muscle. I'm just over 6 foot. Yeah, we're repositioning it all. All right. Next tournament round should be pairing momentarily. Let's delete this. We'll throw the tournament deck up. We're rocking a new Lumineon brew this morning. We beat the bad guy in the first round. We beat Darkrai. Our opponent did show up, and we had the absolute best draw possible against them in Game 3 and ran them over. Do you think Snap could have a competitive scene like Pocket with all the small tournaments? I think if Snap players were interested in having regular tournaments, it would have happened by now. I think the Snap player base is not interested in competitive stuff, so they don't happen. Thoughts on Infernape Moltres? I've been loving it and find it strong. I'm a bigger fan of the non-Moltres Infernape decks, just because Moltres is a pretty boring linear card. I don't think Pokemon Pocket has a lot of tournaments just because the Pokemon IP is big. I think Pokemon Pocket has a lot of tournaments because there's a lot of people who like competing while playing Pokemon. Like, regular Pokemon TCG is huge. It has a big competitive scene. And a lot of those types of people came over. Have you tried Magnezone Mewtwo? I've not, but I saw some people experimenting with that. It seems solid. I'm not keeping up with Marvel Snap, no. Although if they released a new bounce card, I assume a good chunk of the ladder is playing Cosmo and Killmonger, so good luck, Godspeed. Zombie Berry, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Alright, we're 4 minutes overtime. I'm gonna give it another minute here. I think the last match just finished. I have not posted anything about Mismagius with Magnezone. I would be surprised if Mismagius wants to be paired with Magnezone. Yeah, that's true. Pokemon as VGC is very competitive as well. Alright, we've got an opponent. Our opponent is playing Rampardos. Hitmonchan, Lucario as well. Hitmonchan, Lucario is actually pretty scary for us because we have a 50 HP lead Pokemon. We'll see how this goes. And this is the challenge, right? Like, our deck's really good against Darkrai in a Theory Craft, and we crushed Darkrai in the first round. So then the question is, can our deck be competitive into the everything else as well? What's Rampardos weak to? It is weak to grass. Okay, interesting. It has 150, though. So it doesn't go down in 1 to Yanmega. And I'm gonna focus up a little bit for our tournament round. Please behave in chat. We are playing against Rampardos, Lucario, Hitmonchan. They have 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina, and then 2 Communication as their utility cards. Us both missing first energy advantage and starting on Palkia is probably our worst possible. Our deck definitely loves first energy advantage, and this is not our ideal opener. I have our 1 copy of X Speed, which can kind of fix this sometimes. I think I chill on this. I don't want the Sabrina it up and then clear it in 1 shot. Yeah, if we'd have had first energy advantage, the Palkia opener's less bags, we obviously get to start cracking them right away, but the fact that it's both not an ideal basic, not an ideal start, and we're missing first energy advantage is rough. This is our ideal opener all the time, but it's extra good when we're missing the energy advantage, because then we can actually, you know, catch back up, basically. Yeah, our opponent has 1 copy of Cyrus, so once they put damage on this Palkia, it's kind of, we're in danger. So do I keep smacking, or do I pivot to the Manaphy? I think I'm inclined to pivot to the Manaphy. Without Lucario, or without Riolu, they can't threaten to kill this next turn, so I'm gonna get 1 to 2 pops off of it. And if I top deck Yanmega next turn, I can start blasting for 120 thanks to this copy of Dawn. Which, until they get the Rampardo set up, everything in their deck dies in 1 to a 120 shot. They could have been sitting on that communication, but they could have also top decked it for the turn. Really need to draw Yanmega. The problem here is that if I give up the mana fee, I lose to them Cyrusing the Palkia at some point in the future. The inverse is also true, though. I think we're cooked. I think my opener was just too clunky, and then we didn't draw the Yanmega. I think I had a window to draw the Yanmega and be okay here, but I think just too many things piled up. We missed the Yanmega. They had first energy advantage. We had to open on Palkia. Well, that's incredible for us. So I'm gonna put up Finian because it kind of lets me wait to make my decision because Lumineon lets me retreat for free. All right, 2 shots at Yanmega, huh? That's another shot at Yanmega. But there's 2 Yanmegas, a Yanma, and a Finian in my deck, and a mana fee, so we're like 40% here. Oh, it's so unlucky. What do we think about taking this knockout with this? And then they kill it with the Lucario, and then we can still top deck Yanmega next turn. I think that's the play. Oh, I can keep this too, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. So this takes this knockout, and then Lucario can't clear the Finian. And we're a little bit less than 1 in 3 to draw Yanmega next turn. Whoa. That's their only Cyrus. Well, now we win the game, yeah? We finally hit. Thank you, Dawn. Dawn. This is one of the reasons why we only have one X-Speed in the deck, because Dawn just, like, does an X-Speed impersonation in some amount of our games. Yeah, I think they use their Sabrina and their Cyrus way too aggressively here. And they're just checkmated here. They have no more Sabrina or Cyrus to tempo us, and none of their stuff survives an Air Slash. That was a sweet game. Like, I think our opponent, like I said, was a little inefficient with their Sabrina and their Cyrus. They gave us a lot of freedom to maneuver around by playing those out when they did. I like to remind everyone that Pokemon Pocket is a card game for babies that's all luck and no skill. And it's all coin flips and no player agency. First energy advantage. Can I have a mana fee? Oh, baby. All right, so we know they don't have red card, and we know they have a Sabrina. So I'm not playing out these basics, because if I play out these basics, they could tempo my mana fee with Sabrina. And they can't clear my mana fee on the first go. If we draw Yanmega, this is the nuts draw. This is Oceanic Gift into turn 2, start blasting with Yanmega with the Dawn. So we've got 2 draws at that. Palkia is the best draw possible there. Two Yanmega. Now, notable that we need to draw the Yanmega organically here. We cannot research into Yanmega and still Dawn onto it. So we're only 1 in 6, a little bit less to have our best possible here. Cape is our best non-Yanmega draw. Should we have held the Finian for a communication? Maybe? But alternatively, we could just draw it, yeah? That sounds nice. Do I need to X speed here? Yeah, I should keep the extra energy. We have fully assembled Exodia. They need another basic here or they're dead. No, no copies of Giovanni in our opponent's deck. And we're just taking our air slash here. They want to attack with this next turn, these trade. Obviously, they could... No, actually, I was going to say they could retreat this and put something else up, but they actually don't have any X-Speeds or Leaf in their deck. So they can't retreat this and attack with something else. Yeah, when they attack, we trade here, which puts us 2 points to 2. This game's not over. Our opponent has draws to be in this game. Has draws, has plays. I actually can't put the mana fee up after they take this knockout, because if I put the mana fee up, Lucario lets this Hitmonchan clear it for their last point. Lumineon potentially ends it. Maybe. I actually don't know how this works. I think we choose simultaneously, but they might get to see what I put up beforehand. I actually don't know. Now it's going to take me a couple of turns, but I believe this is checkmate. They haven't played Sabrina or Cyrus yet, yeah? Am I supposed to put Cape on something? I don't think so, because they can't kill Phidian because they're not a Giovanni deck. I guess they could clear it over 2 turns, though. So they're not dead to Lumineon next turn is noteworthy. Because Palkia has a retreat cost of 2, and I've already played my only X speed. Okay, that's the game. Sabrina means we win. Sabrina with no evolution on the Skull Fossil means we win. And this was just probably they're out to try and play for it, but you have to clean them up here. This deck has generated some sick games of Pokemon Pocket so far. 2-0. 2-0 start in our tournament, beating Darkrai and now Rampardos. All right. Let's hop on into our next viewer deck of this morning, huh? Quiznet, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. What's the main reason for having open deck lists? Having open deck lists makes it so people can't change cards in their deck in between games or rounds that they're playing. It also means people like myself who are making content while streaming these things aren't at a disadvantage where our opponent can know what deck we're playing. Barber, you're here. You'll be our next one after Greninja Bruxious, okay? Yes, open deck list is definitely more skill testing. Agree. definitely agree with that. Better players win more frequently at open deck lists. Thanks for the 14 months, Floatshed. Appreciate it. We'll probably try Pikachu decks at some point if nobody else figures them out. But again, just like gamers, I've spent like 30 or 40 hours working on different decks in this format, and I still have probably another dozen hours worth of things to try, and we've had an endless submission of ideas from viewers at home too. So like, the answer to is Jeff going to try it eventually is yes, but I can only stream 8 hours a day, right? No, so I loaded up exactly what you sent in to start. I feel like we won't get a solve beta until the next stream drops. Yeah. Yeah, and to be fair, even 8 hours isn't true. We did back-to-back 12-hour streams the 2 days after the set dropped. No, I don't think Articuno is better than Yanmega in the other deck. That's why I'm playing Yanmega. Articuno has very different breakpoints than a card that deals 120 per turn. I did hit 2 Crest EX, but that card's also likely terrible, so it'll be a long time before we get around to playing it. Things that I'm choosing to play, I'm going to try things that I think are maybe more competitive. So, unfortunately, for people coming in late, we actually filled all of today's deck submissions before I went live. If you're a YouTube member or a Twitch sub, you should join the Discord server, because I give the folks in the Discord server the option to submit things the night before. We actually had seven decks to play today. Honestly, we might be over full for today. The 7th one we may or may not get to till tomorrow. 5 to 6 is usually how many I play in a day. So I like to give things a reasonable chance to get a feel for them to give feedback. Any Dragonite tips? Card's probably still bad. It's the only Dragonite tip. Okay, so we water Shuriken, and then we drag this kicking and screaming to the front of the class, and then we second strike it for 70. Yeah, so something I don't intend to do with this, because it was a pain to manage, but when I was doing viewer deck lists for Magic the Gathering content, I would just take endless $10 deck submissions as long as people knew they were going to be waiting. And at certain points, there would be like a 2 or 3 week wait to get your deck played in the queue that I had. And then obviously, being the capitalist that I am, I would let people pay extra money to like move their deck up higher in the queue. But, oh, I should have X-speeded there. We were talking and clicking. But yeah, this is far from the craziest it's ever been. I don't intend to do that this time around. We're gonna fill for a day and then we'll take some for the next day, but I'm not gonna take more than that. Man, when your best deck from the previous format can't even keep up with Greninja Bruxish because it got this sweet land to chase him down. It's a hard knock life. What's the Grixis of Pokemon Pocket? Garchomp. I believe our opponent has Rage DC'd.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
Gamers, there's so much sodium in this game where you're actually like just playing for 15 points worth of experience. It's crazy how much sodium is involved. Can you even imagine how frequently you'd have to wait for people? I've waited this long. I'm gonna wait the extra 30 seconds. This person's not getting 15 experience in a queue win. Any good viewer decks today? I mean, this first one made our opponent rage quit, so it's a promising start. Hoping you can give me some pointers. I'm newer to the game, and in a rough go on packs, I have double Dialga. Thoughts on throwing those together with double Magneton? Magneton doesn't really need extra energy, so Dialga's a card you want to pair with Licky, Wiggly, Yan Mega, Melmetal, those types of things. Things that want lots of colorless or lots of metal energy. Magnezone Magneton is good because they're self-sustaining. Alright, we can take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're going to return with a game with this, and then we'll be back for round 3 of the tournament, in which we are currently 2-0 with Lumineon Brew. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the vibes this morning, don't forget to tap the like button. Shout out to the 416 people that already did that. We've got almost 900 people over there, so I think we could pump that up. Yeah, at least they're not emoting me a bunch instead of leaving. That's true. Thanks, Ross. Hey, this deck's got a fun idea. Like, this is the type of deck that I really like to try last season that always came up a little bit short, and Cyrus is a solid power level upgrade for it. He's such a good addition to the game for these decks that want to do smaller chip shots instead of one-shot big bursts. How come no one is playing Dialga with the Pidgeots? We tried Dialga with Pidgeot on stream, and it just didn't really feel that great. Pidgeot's breakpoints are very similar to Yanmega, but you have to assemble 3 cards instead of 2. Dialga's big problem is that it's awful when you don't have first energy advantage, and I don't think there's any cards you can pair it with in the current card pool that fix that issue. It really needs something that lets you not suck when you go first. How do you become a YouTube member? There's a join button under the stream. Has the membership options. Appreciate the support, Nick. Any good baby Pidgeot decks? I would bet the Pidgeot Hitmonlee deck I top 4 to tournament with at the end of last season is likely still good. I think Hitmonlee is fantastic, and it's a Hitmonlee deck. What about Skarmory? So Skarmory is a card that's good when going second, and it's a card that's not good with Dialga because once your 80 HP Skarmory dies, they kill your Dialga and then they win the game. Maui is also a card that kind of prefers going second. Again, basic Pokemon with 1 energy attacks, stage 1 Pokemon with 2 energy attacks. These things like going second. So things that like going first are stage 2s with 2 energy attacks, stage 1s with 1 energy attack, things that let you take advantage of that first evolution advantage. What's the full art on the right? That's a Spirit Tomb. It's a funky looking full art. Way to put some damage on everything for Bruxish. Bruxish is not an ideal opener, but we've got a Pokeball here. And our research Internet speed, so rest of the hand's pretty good. I think people who are upset that Cyrus now exists in Pokemon Pocket are telling on themselves as not being very good at deck building and playing the game. I think Cyrus is a card that 100% punishes playing bad and building your decks bad. And it is a wonderful addition to the game that I am very happy exists. I'm going to communication here a little aggressively because I would really like a Froakie. I'm going to take a reroll at that. Unlucky. I think we pivot to Spirit Tomb, so Magnemite can't ram this for 30 with weakness. Cyrus. The Cyrus hate is big mad because bad energy. I have 2 copies of Cresselia EX. I'm pretty confident the card is bad. I don't intend to spend time playing it on stream. If someone submits it for a viewer deck at some point, we'll build it and showcase that it's bad, but I don't expect it to be a competitive card. The same people would be very upset if they had to play against Boss's Orders. Counter push on that. I actually think Boss's Orders is a bad design that I'm glad they didn't bring to Pokemon Pocket. Boss's Orders is a card that does not give you player agency to play around it or build your deck differently around it. It is a really powerful card that would make this game much worse, and I'm glad they've avoided adding it to the game. For people who aren't familiar with paper Pokemon TCG, Boss's Orders just lets you pick one of your opponent's bench Pokemon with no conditions to pull to the front. Yeah, our Froakies are nowhere to be found here, which probably means we're dead. I don't know. We'll see if Spiritomb plus Bruxish can carry, but I'm skeptical. I think calling Sabrina a forgotten card is not remotely reflective of the situation that's happening. So you're right that I'm playing more Cyrus than Sabrina on stream because I'm building decks that Cyrus enables that Sabrina previously didn't, but there's still plenty of Sabrinas being played when you look at Pocket Tournament results. People who are saying Sabrina makes Cyrus, or Cyrus makes Sabrina unplayable are also very wrong. Like, that's not remotely true. Yeah, there's a lot of decks that want to play one of each. There's a number of decks that only want 2 Cyrus, but a lot of decks want to play one of each as well. It really depends on what you're looking for. Streaming TCG seems to be mostly finding 80 polite ways to say someone is wrong. You see, that's why a lot of people don't like me. I don't bother with the polite part. I'm just like, you're wrong, and this is why. And they get upset because I don't sugarcoat it. Richie Sprinkles, thanks for the 11 months. Welcome back. What's the line here? So they're gonna kick my Bruxish to death. If I Spirit Tomb this turn, next turn I go evolve this, quack them with Farfetch'd. Then the following turn I evolve to Greninja, and Greninja clears the Hitmonlee, and then Mars Shadow doesn't work. Yeah, so I think we do this, and then we Spirit Tomb to put 20 more on here. And then we'll go Pivot to Duck, Evolve, Duck quacks, next turn Greninja Star clears. This Revenge very explicitly only triggers if it was knocked out by an attack. Aaron, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate that direct support. The stats say that Melmetal Dialga is not very good, and Melmetal Yanmega is better. And from a deck building perspective, theory perspective, I agree with that take. Okay, this sequence lets them kill the Bruxish, which like makes me lose an energy, but I think I'm okay with that. The way this works out. So I'm gonna X speed out the Spirit Tomb. Yep, Yanmega Dialga is the best Dialga build. By the numbers. So again, the way we're setting up here, we can now finish this with Greninja next turn, which then avoids this revenge hit, which is nice. It's unfortunate we haven't found a Cyrus, because I would have loved to have been able to kill Magneton before it could evolve, but alas, that's just how our draw is broken this game. Both of our Cyrus in the bottom 4 cards. We're not just dead, but we'd be better off otherwise. I assume they're going to kick the Bruxish here and take this knockout point. Okay, there's Cyrus. So let's go ahead and clear Hitmonlee. And then I think we're dragging... Oh, I was going to say we're going to drag this to the front, but they're just playing it out for us. That sounds great. I was gonna Cyrus this so we could finish it next turn. No, yeah, this is fine, right? So we tap this, and then Greninja lives a hit from Marshadow. So I guess we're gonna lose to... We're gonna lose to Sabrina. Or lose to Sabrina or Cyrus. We're probably dead. They probably have at least one of those, yeah, the way this works. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we didn't have the Cyrus a turn sooner to clear this Magna Zone. Them getting 2 knockout points is it's a tough beat. So I can't assemble a second thing that lives. Close game though. Got a Cyrus 1 card sooner, would have gotten him. They were in our bottom 4 though. Yeah, did you put it? Hey, speaking of Dialga, we are playing against Dialga Licky Licky in the third round of our tournament. They are also 2-0. Oh yeah, just to make sure I'm mentioning it, by the way, the Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series is going to be a full series. We're still working on all the details, but we're going to have at least $500 in prize support funded by the community for our next event. It's going to be on March 8th. So keep an eye out for signups for that, if you want to hold the date. We're playing against Dialga EX, playing 2 Licky Licky and 1 Mew EX as their payoffs. They got a wide spread of utility cards here. 1 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus, 1 Giovanni, 2 Potion, 1 Helmet, 1 Cape. Manaphy is definitely our ideal opener, but they have first energy advantage, which is a pretty big deal. them opening on Mew is good for us. Thank you for the biddies, Moochim. No red card or anything like that, so there's no reason to play these out and possibly get tempoed by a Sabrina on the first turn of the game here. They're not killing this. If they play out Dialga this turn, they have 2 copies of Leaf. That can let them pivot off this Mew. However, if they don't have Dialga this turn, we're ahead in a really big way. And if they do have Dialga, we're not just dead. It's just we're going to play a real game with some back and forth. Yeah. I guess they also need to have Leaf, but it's pretty likely they have Leaf. They're 11 cards into their deck. Notable that there are 0 copies of Dawn in my opponent's deck. So I don't have to worry about them getting a surprise energy on this at any point. Would like my, what's it called? My, Palkia. Yeah, sweet. I think I just load the bench up. It's close. I don't have the Lumineon, so I think I'm not supposed to hedge this. They're likely moving the Dialga to the active anyways. Although it could be wrong to charge the Palkia, because Palkia is not great against their Mew. Here's the Leaf. Grip in peace. Thank you for the 42 months. Welcome back. Second Dialga, yep. I don't have my cape, which is unfortunate. I think it's just this, but I think because they had first energy advantage, we're just a little scuffed here. I mean, I'm just supposed to play to draw to the cape here. I think we're just dead. I think unless our opponent makes an incredible mistake, we're very dead. Yeah, Mew's kind of mid in general, but it's very good against us. Agree. Yeah, I was gonna go to the next one. Hopefully, they either won't have first energy advantage or won't have Dialga right away. I mean, I don't think that's remotely true, Patches. They had to have their ideal set up. I think Manaphy is actually a card that's really good at break surveying. Part of the reason we were checkmated there was because I couldn't bring Palkia up without getting it one-shot, and there aren't a lot of things in this metagame that one-shot Palkia. And if I'd have had my cape, we would have also beaten them despite having their ideal setup. Alright, speaking of ideal setups, this will hopefully be a runaway. We have Burst Energy, we have Manaphy, we have 2 basics, we have a Dawn, we have a Research, we have a Pokeball. There's a Cape. Cape's a big deal because it lets Yanmega survive a let's let Yanmega survive a Licky Licky hit, and it lets Palkia survive a Mew hit. This could very easily be a runaway here. Opponent does have a copy of Cape themselves, which can let their Dialga survive Palkia, though, is noteworthy. I think we're just taking another Manaphy activation here. And then next turn, if they don't have their one of Cape, the Palkia clears the Dialga. And with this marking 20 damage on the bench, I think we're just done here. I have a cape for mine, so the Mew doesn't matter. And even if I didn't have the cape, maybe I'm actually not supposed to play the cape. Because if the Mew... I'm actually not supposed to play the cape here. Because if the... Oh, I have the X speed, so I guess it doesn't matter. But, if I didn't play the cape and they knocked this out, the Yanmega would clear the Mew the following turn. Oh, the Mew kills the Manaphy. Oh gosh. I forgot the Mew clears the Manaphy. That actually makes this harder, yeah? Oh, we're actually dead to Cyrus. They have one Cyrus? We're dead to Cyrus and Sabrina? Because they have the potion? Wild. That's so crazy. Man. Oh, and we're actually just checkmated, yeah? Because they hit our bench back? Yeah, that seems tough for us. Yeah, GG's about it. Good luck at the rest. Yeah, Mew's very good against us. That was impressive. Three energy Palkia that doesn't discard energy is busted, yeah. So thinking about that, I probably played that wrong, yeah? Am I supposed to lead... Am I supposed to lead Yadmega there? I really just want to set the tone so we're aware that you should expect to get timed out on my channel if you suggest I change my deck to add a card that won me the game in the specific situation you just watched me lose. It's just one of the silliest things card gamers constantly do is make knee-jerk changes to their decks every time they lose a game. And you really can't do that. So you shouldn't be like, oh, I lost this game, I need to add a card that means I have an out in that spot. You need to ask yourself the question, how often am I going to be in the situation that I'm in? And should I meaningfully make changes to my deck because of that? Another thing to consider is how often do you expect to play against the thing that you ran into? By the numbers, Dialga Mew is not powerful or popular. So even if the draw was average or expected from their deck there, which it very well could have been, right? It's just Mew plus Dialga. I don't think I should make any changes to my deck to make a matchup better. That's not popular. Our deck is very intentionally and explicitly constructed to be good into Gyarados and Darkrai, which are the two most popular decks that have been around so far. And it's okay if our deck ends up lining up poorly into the good draws from a deck that's less than 5% of the field, right? What do you think about a Garchomp deck? I love Garchomp. You should check out my highlight from Saturday for my favorite Garchomp build. So those are the two questions you want to ask yourself, right? Is like, okay, how often does the thing that I lost to happen? And how often am I expecting to play against the deck that did the thing that happened to me? To the people who are saying I had other lines that last game, yeah, you're technically right that I wasn't dead on board, but I was dead to both Sabrina and Cyrus, and they were like 13 cards into their deck. So, you're right. I could have made them click through it, but really I was just saving everybody some time. I'm gonna hold this to start, so the communication question mark. I would love a professor's research. Rocky Helmet's annoying. Means if they have a Giovanni, I get cleared. Hopefully we live a turn. I'm gonna play the Bruxish out now because I have a Froakie to throw back with communication if we need to next turn. I think Azelf Uxie stuff is both slow and bad. The power it brings is not proportional to how inconsistent and how weak its payoff is. Looking for a Frogadair here. Communication is so good. And then obviously we're not gonna attack with this because I don't want it to die to the Rocky Helmet. I'm gonna put this up just in case they have a Sabrina. I don't want them hitting either of these. And then they clear this, and then next turn Bruxish clears this for 70, and then we set up Greninja to clear this Skarmory in the back. That's a really interesting thought from someone in chat. Should we have played Bruxish on 1 and put the energy on it, and then attacked on turn 2 when they're more likely to have a bench? Yeah, that's a good takeaway / observation. I like that call out a lot. How come Pokeflute is barely used in any decks? Pokeflute is what we generally describe as a win more Pokemon pocket card. It is a card that is only good when your game plan is fully online, and isn't particularly great when things aren't working for you in an ideal manner. Thanks to Greninja, we get to clear this Skarmory out here still, which is great. Classic combo from the first set, getting a couple small upgrades in Spiritomb and Cyrus has been feeling sweet to play this morning. This is one of the reasons why I like viewer submissions. While we have plenty of misses, there's also good ideas to go back and revisit like this that I wouldn't have thought of on my own. This is 1 and 3 to grab my second Bruxish. I think I'll do that. I could also grab my Froakie. I could start building up too. Lovely. Okay, so now we do this. We do this. We Greninja, mark damage on the Dialga. Bruxish hits this here. But then the Rocky Helmet hit plus Dialga clears this, but then this Bruxish is ready to crack this for 70, which is great. If they have a copy of Dawn, we could be in trouble here, because Dawn would let them push an energy up to this and clear the Bruxish this turn. Ooh. Oh, that's not quite. I was going to say I can Cyrus this up, but I actually don't. We already played a supporter. Rats, we needed that this turn. Oh, did I mess up? I messed up here, gamers. I could have put Greninja damage here and then an energy on Greninja. And then next turn I could Cyrus this up and then we'd clear it with the Greninja. And that would play around a copy of Dawn. I would lose to Potion or another Cape though, I suppose. Hopefully they just don't have room for Dawn. Oh, wait. Unless they have Potion to the Duck plus Greninja still wins here, yeah? Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Oh, no, wait. No. They have, I forgot they're on 2 points. Close, but no cigar. Rip. I was counting them at 1. We needed Cyrus 1 turn sooner. Yeah, for those joining us asking for Soul, the tournament. I'll take the tournament out of the stream title when we're all done playing in the tournament for the day. And you can know we're currently playing in a tournament round when the tournament round banner is up on the screen. You can also know what deck we're playing in the tournament and see if we are or aren't playing that deck actively. Ooh, Mankey is scary. My poor duck. All right, we got another basic. Can I find a baby frog? I have a hard stop at like 4:30 today, so I cannot play a tournament starting at noon, unfortunately. So that being said, 4 twos are live for the top cut of this tournament, so we've got at least 2 more rounds. We are 2 and 1. I drew the Cyrus with the research die. So if I quack them, the Rocky Helmet clears us. So I think I put this energy here. And then even if they kill this next turn, we have Greninja plus Bruxious to finish. We tried Old Primeape with Cape yesterday as a viewer submission. It felt very bad, unfortunately. Ooh, Greninja Cyrus lets us just embarrass this Marshadow, yeah? Unfortunate we didn't have X speed to get him this turn. Oh, you know what? Was I supposed to? Yeah, I think I was. I could have Cyrus'd this and then ducked it, and then Greninja would have killed it with this the following turn. Is noteworthy. Oh, I just messed up. My autopiloted and played that. Yeah, we're dead. Okay, so I think with the Lucario, we were maybe dead anyways. But I could have played around the second Marshadow by Cyrusing the previous turn and pulling up the duck. So if I would have Cyrused the previous turn and pulled up the Marshadow, I would have been able to quack the Marshadow to 20, and then the following turn, the Greninja would have cleared it with a Water Shuriken while not triggering the second Marshadow. Beep boop. Thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Yeah, I guess pulling the Lucario's a line there too to not be dead at the end. It doesn't guarantee us we win, but it leaves us with some outs. Yeah, these decks definitely have some lines in them, to say the least. All right. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Our fourth round of the tournament, in which we are 2 and 1, will be up in about 10 minutes. We'll probably play one more with this when we get back from the ad break, and then we'll be into the tournament match. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. B-Whip, thank you for the half a year. Thanks for showing off the Gallade deck. I've been having a ton of fun with that. I've been enjoying that card a lot too. Definitely undervalued that one during preview season. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Shout out to the 557 people that did that already. We went 1 and 2 with Garchomp. One of the losses, I made a really big mistake in failing to play around a Cyrus we knew was there. And then the other one, we just got kind of run over. If you enjoy watching Garchomp, I think the first 2 rounds of yesterday's tournament were some of the best games of Pokemon Pocket I've ever played. My 2-year pre-programmed response kicking in there. What pack is Cyrus in? I think Palkia. You can check the offering rates in client to see. Position number 9 is the Full Art Spirit Tomb. You can't read my super pixelated full art card, gamer? Come on now. Cyrus isn't Palkia. Okay. Remembered correctly. Gamers, if you've opened a bunch of packs of the new set and you're still missing things like Cyrus or Pokemon Communication or Cape, you should just spend some pack points on them. These are cards you're going to get a ton of play out of. Sure, you could open them, but like if you're playing games regularly, spend pack points on cards you're going to play with. All of today's deck submissions were filled before the stream went live. If you are a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber, we take submissions in advance in the Discord server. If we don't fill up for the day, we take some in the morning when I start up, but we filled today before we started. I was about to use pack points on a second Cyrus, and then I opened a full art one. Nice. I think the full art I want the most next on my list is Yanmega, so I'm back to opening Dialga packs. Thoughts on this current deck? It seems like it has some novel play patterns, and I like single knockout point decks, but it's probably a little bit weak in terms of overall power level compared to other things you can do in the format. So probably serviceable for winning games if you like it and you play it well, but I don't expect the deck to be strong enough to carry me through any mistakes ever. It's one of those. You gotta play perfectly to have an alright win rate type things. Ooh, that's 2 frogs. I'm missing 1 Darkrai. Is it worth it to spend pack points to get it? I don't know. Do you want to play a Darkrai deck? If yes, then spend your points. Worth is a deeply subjective thing. Whenever people ask me that kind of question, I always feel like they're trying to look for someone to blame for if they're unhappy with their choice. You gotta look within, gamer. Me and anybody else on streams can't tell you what you'll be happy with doing. My general advice is you should spend pack points when you're ready to move on from a pack. So like, if you still plan to keep opening a bunch of Dialga packs, I'd probably wait to pack point the Darkrai until you're ready to move on to Palkia, or vice versa, but you do you. Don't optimize the fun out of your game either. I'll play the Spirit Tube out to play around to Sabrina here, I think. Whoop. Looks like our tournament round paired. Got a dip. Our opponent is checked in. I'm just waiting to tell me that they're searching. How many games do you give a deck before deciding if it's good or bad? It really depends. Being good at building decks in card games is the art of extrapolating meaningful conclusions from statistically insignificant sample sizes. So there's really not a hard and fast, I need to play 3 or 4 games or 10 games or whatever. It's mostly gut feels. One single person can't produce meaningful data to show a deck is good, bad, or otherwise in an objective sense. There's a reason why my data-driven stuff focuses around, like, large sample sizes from tournaments with lots of people playing things. What are your thoughts on Rocky Helmet? It's a very playable card that I often don't have room for. It's like the 21st or 22nd best card in a lot of decks I would want to play it in. Socialist! Thanks for the year and a half. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think in general, I'd rather have a cape or a potion than a Rocky Helmet in a lot of my decks. Lima Alpha, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Mars is very bad for a lot of the same reasons red card is bad. We are playing against a little bit of a blast from the past, an updated take on Greninja Drudagon. They are notably playing Kangaskhan as their third Pokemon line, and they have 2 copies of Rocky Helmet. If they open Kangamama, that's pretty scary on our Manaphy. They could win the game on the spot if we don't top deck a basic here. They have Fire and Water Energy to be able to attack with their Drudagon on occasion. This was probably the best draw in our deck. Hopefully it finds us a couple of basics here. Our opponent has 2 Cyrus, 1 Leaf, 1 Communication, 2 Rocky Helmet. No Sabrina is noteworthy, so I can play this out and not worry about being tempoed off it. And then we're really hoping to just hit any other basic next turn, which is one of the reasons why we're playing 7 basics in this deck, because you really need 3 to start to get Manaphy revved up. Notable that our opponent's deck doesn't have any X speeds and only has 1 copy of Leaf, so they don't have a ton of maneuverability, which hopefully makes our Lumineon kind of potent in their set. So we know they're not attacking with Kangaskhan this turn, for example. Because there's no X speed. Any basic. Any basic. Lovely. This flop here means even if I put the cape on, high roll, Kangaskhan still gets us, so we'll just go ahead and do this. We get to start blasting next turn with the Mega. And literally nothing in their deck survives a hit for 120. Greninja's the highest HP thing. So we're not going to research because I'm going to Dawn. For those just joining us, this start is what this deck is built around doing. We Manaphy onto the Yanmega. We put this up, we Dawn, and then we just get to start trucking for 120 points of damage every turn for the rest of the game. We played Garchomp in a tournament yesterday, and we had an opponent luck into their Yanmega early 2 games in a row. And it was like, man, we could just never beat that, huh? And I was like, what if we built a deck to just do Yanmega things ASAP every game? What would that look like? And this was born, so... Yeah, the Greninja here is not enough. They're just dead. This is checkmate. I guess if they had double Rocky Helmet, it would be enough. They need double Rocky Helmet though, right? They need a helmet this turn and a helmet next turn. That would put me to 80, and even with my cape, I would trade when I clear the Greninja. Isn't Dialga faster than Manaphy for Yanmega? Please explain the line that lets Yanmega attack on turn 2 with Dialga, which also can't attack till turn 2. I'll wait. You could snipe their bench, sure, or I could just attack twice more and they die. Oh, this is cute. This means... I already used the X speed. This means if they draw Rocky Helmet, we draw, yeah? They'll Cyrus. They only do 80 next turn, chat. We're not dead to Cyrus. They have no points here. Rocky Helmet gets them across the finish line though. No wait, does it? Because they need to kill this, right? No, Rocky Helmet doesn't do it either. It doesn't, because they need to clear this. Yeah, they're just dead. We're just dancing. It's gonna take us a minute. The opponent's making it so we don't win the game right away, but the game is done. This is checkmate. It's just checkmate in 3 instead of checkmate in 1. Any reason Manaphy has been in so many of your decks? Gamer, I have been playing Pokemon Pocket like 8 to 12 hours a day, and this is like the second Manaphy deck I've played this season. Developing object permanence past the deck you're currently watching me play is a strong play. Also, Manaphy's great. It's one of the best cards in the set, but like the idea that we keep putting Manaphy in every deck is very silly. Just objectively not true. All right, for those of you that haven't watched a tournament round before, they are best of 3, so we are up a game, but we're not done yet. Gotta win one more here. First energy advantage is a big deal. We didn't have that in the last game. Manaphy opener. We need this Pokeball to not be our second Manaphy, and then we're in a really, really pretty solid spot. Yanma, Yanmega, or Palkia are the things we're looking for here. Spike Quillen, thank you for that brand new tier 1, helping keep us above our full-time sub goal. And Sephiroth, thank you for the 21. Chalk, thanks for the over 2 years. It's been great to see folks along for our transition into Pocket. Appreciate it, old timers. The Kangaskhan high roll is very scary here. Although second Manaphy makes it a little less scary. I think I'm supposed to do this. Makes me a little sad if I draw Palkia, but... Putting this out is good if they hit double heads here. Kangaskhan's definitely their best opener. Drudagon is their worst opener. Fast Greninja is very good for them if we don't have fast Yanmega. You know, playing this out might be wrong because they could chase it down with Osiris. Yeah, I think stewing on it more playing this out was wrong for a couple of reasons. We don't have any follow-up here without the Yanmega in hand, so hopefully our Manaphy lives a turn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That could be the whole game. Almost messed that up. I need to evolve the Yanmega this turn because they could Greninja Cyrus to clear the Yanma otherwise. We're going to be in trouble to Greninja Cyrus either way, I think. It's funny, I thought Manaphy could only add energy to water Pokemon because the other game mechanics were restricted like that. Yes, Dialga and Manaphy broke the previous templating of could only add to certain colors. I think we're cooked here, gamers. I don't even think the Kanga needs double heads to cook us. They have Greninja on curve and they hit double heads on the first one. It's looking like we're gonna be heading to a game 3 here. Not Maggot, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Maybe if they hit 2 tails here, we have a shot. If they hit 2 tails, we might have a shot. Unlucky. So, dead to Cyrus at any point here, basically. They have two of those. There's only 8 cards in their deck. I need both the Cyrus to be buried here for Yanmega to clip through. The Drudagon moving to the front would imply they don't have the Cyrus, yeah? Oh, golly, that's checkmate. That first Kanga hitting double heads was unfortunate. All right, onwards, upwards, backwards, forwards. Let's head to game 3, huh? Close set so far. Fingers crossed they start Drudagon in this next game. Or maybe don't have Greninja ASAP. Double Greninja really fast is tough nut to crack. Burst energy advantage is pretty good for them. Whew, this is not a great hand. Drudagon opener is ideal for us. I want to draw 2 basic Pokemon here, which means I want to research before I Pokeball, because if I wait to pull a basic out of my deck, my research is more likely to draw a basic. I'm also not doing anything this turn. So I think I wait on the Pokeball. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on the Pokeball because it makes it more likely I draw a basic next turn, and every basic I draw out of my deck makes it more likely that this Pokeball finds Manaphy. So the sequence we're looking to avoid here is Kangaskhan, Leaf, double heads is the scary permutation. Manaphy to me! Oh. I need this to not be a fire under here. This next 50-50 on their energy is a big deal. I think that's the whole game, honestly. I need to draw a basic. Okay, I need them to not have Greninja Cyrus. I need them to not have Greninja Cyrus. They're taking forever, so I assume that means they have it. Maybe they're debating not killing the Phinean, because if they don't kill the Phinean, I need Lumineon or X-Speed to kill the Drudagon next turn in addition to Dawn. So maybe this means they don't have it, and this gives them an extra window to draw one of their 2 Cyrus next turn. Which is an interesting decision point not attacking here. Okay, no Cyrus and the attack. I think that's Giddy Up good to go. With the Dawn here. We needed a combination of things to break our way here, and I think they've now broken our way. Is there any reason to put the cape on this turn? I don't think so. I don't think so. No? No. Oh! Oh! Oh, yeah! No, wait. No, we're good? No, we're good, right? No, they could do 80. I forgot about the double 40. Oh, no, I needed to put the cape on! Oh, no! Actually, I think we're dead. We're dead anyways, right? We're dead anyways to the double heads. We're dead to the double heads anyways because I can't kill the Greninja. So I know I die this turn to double heads, but it actually doesn't matter because I'm checkmated. Wait, is that checkmate anyways with the... Oh god, the king of heads. Yeah, I need 2 turns to go. I think we might be checkmated anyways with these Rocky helmets. Yeah, we're actually 0% now, yeah? I'm actually dead on board. Wow, what an incredible set. It's really impressive how close this game was, given how bad our start was and how good their start was. Yeah, I needed double. If they'd have hit double tails. Yeah, so I could gain 20. For people that don't understand why it's checkmate, I could gain 20, but then I go back down to 30, and then they can flop for 10 plus Greninja guaranteed. So I needed mana fee that game, right? Or I needed them to brick on the fire energy. So I either needed mana fee on my opener, which we had a bunch of looks and missed it, or I needed them to have 3 of the same energy type so the Drudagon couldn't attack, because the Drudagon being able to attack on curve with first energy advantage. That's the other thing too, right? Or I needed the energy advantage. Like, so many things had to break their way for that. And they had to have double Rocky helmet. And that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I could like be like, we could add a potion, but like walk down the list of how many things had to break their way to win that game. And it's like, that's probably a fine matchup. There's probably 10 different things that, like, if any one of them doesn't break our way, or breaks our way, we get that win instead. Corvus, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. We're not dead for top 8 top cut in the tournament. This tournament's cutting to top 16 after 6 rounds, so if we win the next 2, I think we still slip in. I need to run to the bathroom. And then we might have the next tournament round. We got 8 minutes, so I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad break. I'll throw the deck list up on screen. I was a fun set. It was really close. Throw the deck list up, run to the bathroom, and we'll probably have time to play a viewer game between rounds. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We are 3-2. Or 2-2? 2-2, 3-2, 2-2. Yeah, 4 rounds. Six rounds of Swiss, top 16 cut after. I saw you play a Luxray deck a couple of days ago. I was wondering if I could find the list for that. You could find awesome daily deck highlights, sometimes even 2 a day, at youtube.com/Hoglandia Pocket. Make sure to ring that bell so you don't miss excellent uploads like the sweet Luxray deck that went up this morning. It's always kind of a stinging reminder of how much YouTube fails to promote my channel, that when people ask for decks that have uploads posted already. Just like, please, YouTube, show it to people. They want to see the decks. Why won't you promote them? Killing me, YouTube, killing me. Do you think the only way to play Licky Licky is Dialga? Very likely, unfortunately. Adwolf, thanks for sticking around for our transition into Pocket. I appreciate the entire year. Let's get your sword to go with that shield. You could always find the deck lists of everyone I'm playing against and the decks that I'm playing on tournament days on limitlesstcg.com. All of the deck list stuff is public. Ooh, we said Licky Licky was only playable with Dialga and immediately queued into someone playing Licky Licky outside of Dialga. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, maybe you could Manaphy with Licky Licky, sure. It's probably just worse than Yanmegang though, I think. But that is technically an option, yeah. Hey, Helbus, thanks for the 10 months. I've been enjoying the switch to Pocket. Me too. Thanks for sticking around. So weakness doesn't apply to bench hits, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and Thunder Spear this, so that way if they pivot to this next turn, I can still clear this on the bench, and this will clear it in one in the active spot. Oh, that's a good catch from the previous game. In the previous game, if we really wanted a Manaphy, we should Pokeball and then Communication. Or we should Communication and then Pokeball, because if Communication finds a basic, Pokeball's more likely to find Manaphy. Yeah, I think that's an accurate assessment. Alright, and now we're just gonna murder Licky Licky over 4 turns is the plan. Good luck charging that up, gamer. We'll tap the Wigglytuff here, I think. So that way, once it comes to the front of the class, Electivire can clear it in a single go. Real awkward draw from us here with no Pikachu for our Raichu. It's worth noting this viewer submission only has 1 copy of Pikachu in it though, so this type of draw is going to happen with some frequency. Blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. No Magneton yet, though. It's kind of sad. Hopefully we hit it. If we hit Magneton this turn, we're in a good spot. Perfect. You've had the Pikachu, too? Nope. Lost that 50-50. All right, so the game plan now is charge up Magnezone, and we'll evolve this, and now both this and Magnezone can clear Licky Licky. And Licky Licky needs to flip heads to get rid of this anyways. So, and even if they hit that, they also need a way to get above 110. So probably not quite checkmate, but it's close here. You want to swap a Dawn for a Cyrus? Yeah, I can see that. Seems fine. Whoa, Licky, I'm gonna need you to calm down, girl. She's just excited to be here. Yeah, I forgot to use the ability. It doesn't matter, the game is over. Don't lick electricity, kids. Bad for your health. You didn't forget the ability, you're working, and it was click efficiency. Big true. Fun deck builder tip, chat. You can flag cards as favorites, so they all come up when you search favorites. Makes deck building a little quicker. All right, it looks like the last match of the tournament round is done. So we'll be back with more of this Magnezone Electabuzz deck after the next tournament match. We are 2-2 playing this. It's generated some really awesome games of Pokemon Pocket so far. If we win the next two, we'll make the top 16 cut in the tournament we're playing this morning. You know, we haven't looked at the metagame for this tournament yet. We should do that after this round. Charizard gamer, eh? We'll see how this goes. Well, there's no copies of Dawn, which I think is good for us. They have 2 potions and a cape, though. I have not played Infernape Garantina, but I'd be surprised if it's better than some of the other options. We are playing against Moltres, Charizard, no 5th basic, 1 leaf, 2 communication, 2 X speed, 2 potion, 1 giant cape. First energy advantage is hopefully a big deal. We really want to lead on Manaphy, just like they really want to lead on Moltres. We do need to draw another basic here. We only have 1 of those. It's part of the reason why we're playing 7 basics in our deck, though. Them starting on Charmander is not ideal, but they have 2 X speeds and a leaf, so if they find their way into Moltres by next turn, they have plenty of cards that let them reposition. That is not the droid we're looking for. Yeah, I guess that's good for us, though. If they get Moltres up, we can Finian or Lumineon the Charmander, which would be nice. There's the Moltres. Do they also have the trainer? They do. Do they also have the Charmeleon? If they don't have the Charmeleon this turn, the Lumineon runs down the Charmander before it can get up there. Maybe they won't have the Charizard on curve, sighing, knowing his opponent was going to have it all. I'm a little sad Charizard is one of the decks from last season that survived into the new metagame because it really generates pretty dry games. Win or lose against it largely depends on how good their draw is, not your choices most of the time. Although our draw's kind of flat so far this game. If they have Charizard, we're probably just dead. The rest of our draw has not been remotely good. Sorry for the baited pack noise, that's mine. Oh, they have 2 potions and a cape as well. Oh yeah, so they're super likely for this to live. No Charizard though. I guess they could technically still have it. And they can just wait to show it because they know we can't do any extra damage. Oh man. Exactly average over 2. Oh. They could actually, even if they're missing Charizard here, just retreat to Charmeleon. And then if I don't draw exactly Finian or Yanma, we, okay. I need to find a follow-up. We need a way to beat through this. There are 7 basic Pokemon in my deck. So my deck right now is Pokeball, 5 basics for 6, 2 research, and then 2 another Yanmega and a communication. There's a communication in my deck too that would let me dig for a basic. When the greedy 4 basic deck has drawn more basics than you. Yeah, this is like the one matchup in the metagame where Mew is a good card still. I think we're on the 0%er now, yeah? I think I needed to hit the Yanma last turn. Oh, the acceleration from this means we could be okay if we hit it. I'm gonna draw my other Yanmega. Please cue the laugh track. Studio audience applause. That's one of those moments where I'm so glad I'm broadcasting, because that's one of the beats where, like, when one of your buddies comes up to you and tells you about how bad their run was after the round of the tournament, you're just like, yeah, sure, Jeff, nobody's that unlucky. Yeah, you're really unlucky, we get it. But, like, there's video proof. For reference, that was the only non-basic Pokemon in my deck that I could communicate into. It was 1 in 6 there. For the communication to hit my only other non-basic. Oh, they have first energy advantage. Oh, man. This is a good draw. We'll see what their draw is. Maybe they won't have their Moltres right away. Copium. Nobody is as unlucky as us, unfortunately. Is the 4 basic deck going to get punished? Is the deck with only 4 basics actually going to get punished? They could just have Charmeleon Charizard on curve and give us a hard time, though, yeah? Justice is pending, yep. Could be just us in here still. They have 2 potions and a cape. They could have evolutions. They have a second research. Oh, man. Now, good news here. Our cape means that we live the Fire Claws next turn. And there's no Sabrinas to pull our Yanma up. Okay. And next turn, I can retreat with Lumineon, Yanmega, Dawn the energy up. This says how much damage on it? 60? So if they have Charizard, we're clearing Charizard here. For everybody that's telling me I could have won with Lumineon, mods, please time them out. I expect everybody telling me Lumineon won the game to be timed out. Please and thank you. They're dead if they don't have a potion. They need a potion or a cape. Oh, they drew the Moltres, yep. That complicates things. That might actually be good enough to win the game. No energy to Dawn. The Lumineon retreats for free. We need to pressure the Charizard, because if they have a potion or anything, this lives a Yanmega hit. So I think we just try and run it down in 3, yeah? I think we just try and run it down in 3. Am I supposed to play out another thing here? No, they can't kill this turn. And they have no Sabrinas and no red cards. This is one of those spots where if you're playing this in a non-open decklist setting, you'd play out another bench Pokemon to play around a Sabrina. But they can't one-shot this, so we're just chilling. And they need second potion and cape to not have this die in 2 to Lumineon. I would bet this matchup is bad for us. If you said, Jeff, who do you think this matchup favors? I would say them every time. Yeah, holding my cards conceals information about the context of my hand. Now, we'll play this out because it builds towards the second one of these. There's a good chance they have the other Charizard line in their hand. And we're in trouble here still. They have five cards in their deck. if I hit Moltres for 120... I think I'm supposed to clear this with the other Lumineon. It's close, though. I can kind of clear that at any point, except if they have Potion and the other one. I could also be right to just tap this for 120 this turn. And then they put this up, and then I clear, and they'd clear back. It's really close. I think it's this. I'm running out of time. I think I need to just take this off the table. I'd have kept the video. I have Yanma that can attack for 20 for 1 at any point here. I think... Okay, so this is almost checkmate. This is almost checkmate if they don't have Potion and Cape. If they don't have Potion and Cape, the Lumineon runs down the Moltres next turn. So they have four cards in their deck. And they've already played 1 potion, and they have 2 potions and a cape. So they need both of their other sustained cards. Oh, and they need Charizard. That's true. They need Charizard as well, because they need to put this up and not they also need Charizard to not just be dead to the Yanmega attack, yeah? Oh my goodness. That's guaranteed to be Charizard, yeah? They're putting the other Moltres in and getting the Charizard out. But the Charizard can't kill us this turn. It doesn't have 4 energy. So I can put Lumineon up and hit the Moltres for 50. They don't have any copies of Dawn. Yeah, they would have needed a Dawn. They had the 3-card combo and we're still good. This is checkmate. Because we have 2 Lumineon. This matchup has got to be terrible for us. Like, we had to bob and weave so much to get this one. It was very satisfying. This deck is exactly my stuff. I love... Lumineon is my favorite pocket card, chat. I love these decks. I don't know if this deck is good, but, like, that's just, like, such incredibly satisfying gameplay. Love it. All right, well, now we got to go to game 3. Now we got to go to game 3. That we're one in the match. We're not done yet. We got work to do. All right, first energy advantage plus mana fee. First energy advantage plus mana fee. Oh no, can I have mana fee at least? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it's all bad. Oh, it's all bad. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Absolutely cooked. And they have the Moltres. Worst opening possible. Lost the 50-50 on the flip. Maybe they'll never draw a Charmander, Copium. Gosh, that's so disappointing. If this is a mana fee, our hand would just be incredible. But we lost. It's lower than 1 in 7 to have Palkia as our only opener, right? Because you're 1 in 7 to have Palkia as your guaranteed basic, but some amount of the time where you start Palkia, you also have a second basic on top of it. God, the variance has just been... I'm going to run this deck back. The variance has just been absolutely atrocious in this tournament. Just every single thing that could have not gone our way has not gone our way. This deck absolutely slaughters Darkrai. You should watch our first match of the tournament. There's gonna be... I'm gonna highlight this deck. I think this deck is great. Despite our very clearly terrible beats. And there'll be a highlight with this over the weekend. So it's just incredible games of Pokemon Pocket and the games where we, like, have remotely functional draws. Oh yeah, we're fully cooked here. All right, the X speed means if they're missing Charizard, I have a chance. But I need them to not have Charizard or communication for Charizard in 10 cards. My math says you're around 5% to lead Palkia in this deck. That sounds right. It's incredibly low. And they had double research. Ah, yes, we made it this far before someone suggested I change my deck to make the current matchup I'm playing better. Honestly, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that we made it all the way till turn 4 before someone started suggesting I change my deck. No, I don't think Mew is well positioned in the metagame, and I don't think I should play it because we lost 6 different 5%ers in this matchup. There's not an easy or good cut for it. Again, when you're building a B tier deck, one, that game was really close, right? That was close. That was how low roll we were having there. Mew is good. Is it exactly the Charizard matchup? Is Charizard the only matchup in this metagame where we care about Mew? I think it is, right? Double check here. I guess Charizard. I'll be curious to see. It's good into opposing Palkias. Okay. Man, there's no... Charizard's popular here. Maybe this is popular enough. If Charizard breaks double digits, maybe. Mewtwo doesn't exist. Palkia is... I think Palkia's had hard times in the tournaments after the weekend. Mew's pretty bad against Magnezone. Mew has 130, and it doesn't clear Magnezone in 1. I'm not telling you Charizard's not good. I'm just saying the game that we lost there, they had an ideal start and we had our lowest sub 5%er start, yeah? Mew's pretty mediocre here. I guess it's fine here. I guess it's fine here. Yeah, our deck would love a sideboard. Being able to sideboard the ideal stuff would be sick. I guess Mew is fine in both of these, huh? Because into Gyarados, you hit Gyarados one time with Lumineon and then Mew clears it. I assume at 2 and 3 we just won't get an opponent in the next round. Is usually how it works. People are dead for top cut, stop playing. I think talking about sideboards is pointless and a waste of time, chat. There's never going to be sideboards in this game. Paper Pokemon doesn't have sideboards. Pocket's not gonna have sideboards. It's just not gonna happen. Surprised to see Darkrai Magnezone performing badly. I'm not remotely surprised to see Darkrai Magnezone performing badly. I think there are a lot of good tools in this format. And when I would bet when we do the meta report on Sunday that Darkrai Magnezone is not going to be a precedent. I think it's going to be popular, but I think it's going to just be okay. Yeah, Paper Pokemon doesn't do sideboards. Yeah, it's struggling here. Darkrai Magnezone's been only okay in a lot of these post-weekend tournaments. The metagame is very, very appropriately adjusting around it. It had a good run in this one, 58%. Yeah, I think Pocket's pretty carefully constructed to not devolve into a one-deck format. I think they've done a really good job. All right, I think I've been successfully talked into playing a Mew over the Palkia. And one of the big upsides of playing the Mewtwo is that it has a retreat cost of 1. Here's the real question. Which Mew artwork fits best with this deck? I think it's Forest Mew. I think it's Forest Mew. It's a tough decision, so you got 3 of them. This is like Mew in grass decks, Mew in lightning decks, Mew in most others. I think this is definitely in contention for my favorite deck in this format. I'm a sucker for Lumineon. All right, cool. We've got some sweet viewer decks to play for the rest of the stream. If you missed that set, that's gonna be probably tomorrow afternoon's highlight. We're gonna do a new EX Pokemon tier list video for tomorrow morning's video. So I'll probably do the afternoon with that. Hey, JG, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. All right, let's, our next viewer deck is a Magnezone Electabuzz deck. It's got some Lieutenant Surge stuff going on. Could we enter the noon tournament and then just drop it when you need to leave? Can we do that? I guess we could do that. We just play 4 or 5 rounds. So the tournament rounds are more engaging. I don't know. I've got a bunch of viewer decks. I think I'm gonna say no. I think it's rude to the people that I would be beating. Nah, I'm gonna play the viewer decks, and we'll do more tournaments when stuff happens. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I have a hard cut out this afternoon because I have kids' activities to get to. So I think we're just gonna do the viewer decks. We've been paid to play a bunch of these. I'm gonna play through these. I think I'm happy with that other deck we were playing, so I'm not gonna make changes. All right, let's play with this. Second Magnezone or first X speed? Yeah, I'd buy that. I'd buy that second Magnezone is better. Zone's pretty good. All right, let's hop into the game with this. There was no leaf. There was no leaf in the previous deck, Bardic. That's a lovely one. This is one of the many cards in this latest expansion that loves going first, thanks to Magneton. We'll go attach energy charge, and then charge Magna Zone, start blasting. How do you rate Hunchcrow versus Lumineon? I mean, they're both good cards. They're just different cards. They're in very different colors. Chargin Malaysia. I was looking, and it doesn't look like anybody's set to host anything tomorrow morning for tournaments. Hopefully someone throws something up. Oh, wait, did something get added already? Oh, sick. Someone did add something at 11 a.m. Love it. I say usually when there's nothing, someone throws something up. I'm not the only degenerate playing a tournament every day of the week. I think they're just cooked here, yeah. So anyways, I started blasting. Is Greninja good enough to play if you can't attack with the stage 2? Yeah, the Darkrai Greninja deck is one of the popular and powerful decks in the metagame right now. Is there any merit to splitting Lumineons in the previous deck? No, you have plenty of active spot attackers, and it's really important that you be able to attack the bench against the various Drudagon decks and Charizard, like that last round showed. The X speed with the Surge means that if this doesn't hit double heads, we clear the Celebi next turn, yeah? We get to go X speed, retreat with that energy left, Lieutenant Surge that energy onto the Raichu. And even if they clear this, we could draw Magneton to be able to clear the Celebi still. Mars! You know, thinking about it, I don't know if I believe their username anymore. Elon Musk definitely strikes me as a Mars player. Celebi Mars player? That's big Elon energy. Ah. They are dead to a Cyrus top deck. What are those? Oh, they played blue. JK. If they flip tails and we draw Raichu, we can blast this for 140. Cyrus is lethal again this turn. Or it's lethal for the first time. It wasn't lethal last turn because of the blue. Weird that they have blue in their deck. Do you think they're playing Erika's and blue? There's no way they have room for both, yeah? All right, and that draw means we need Tails and then Cyrus to have a shot here. It doesn't matter. Cyrus! To me! To me, Cyrus! I'm so sad we've lost to this. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair. I'm gonna dig for another basic so we're not guaranteed dead to Sabrina. Obviously, we're gonna be dead to their Cyrus, though. I forgot we had Electabuzz in our deck this whole time, too. So, dead to Heads, dead to Sabrina, dead to Cyrus. Not dead on board. I would like to dedicate to everybody saying Surge in my chat. I literally played Professor's Research to draw this card. I literally played Professor's Research to draw this card. Chat lethal, yep. Those are words I haven't thought about in a little while. Chat lethal. Well, didn't come up in Snap the way that game is structured, but Magic in games like Pocket all the time. Oh, gross. Oh, I just looked at the Pokemon Pocket category and Atrix is streaming here now. That explains why we've fragged a few of his viewers here and on YouTube in the last couple of weeks. For people who didn't play Marvel Snap, Atrix is an Italian language content creator who used the N-word with an exclamation point for their username in Marvel Snap at one point. On top of lots of other ableist and racially charged and homophobic comments and slurs, and just, it's a real not great community to be around. How do you get away with that? It turns out that type of thing is really popular. Unfortunately. So it's not so much as getting away with it as people actively enjoy it, because people are largely awful. Is it an Electabuzz angle? Feels like an Electabuzz angle. Is the other Pikachu better than this one? I mean, this is a spot where this Pikachu would have done more than the Circle Circuit one, right? I don't know. In most situations, you're not attacking with Pikachu either way. So I don't think it really matters. We're just checkmated from here, right? Because this is hitting for 80 on the weakness with this because of Lucario. Magnezone is definitely a it's a card that I lovingly refer to as jank glue for this format. Which isn't to say it's not a good card. It's very clearly in a number of decks that are very good and likely towards the top of the metagame. But it's going to be a series of cards because you can play it everywhere that it ends up in a lot of viewer decks where, like, it's the only thing that's really good about them. Like, the non-Magnezone facets of this deck are feeling kinda at the moment. Regirock Gamer. We are actually just cooked if they have 50 damage for 1 energy Primeape, yep. Have you tried Poliwrath with Rocky Helmet? Unfortunately, Poliwrath is just not a good Pokemon Pocket card. You know what completely died? Gengar. I think Gengar has no one to blame but himself. Gengar simply got replaced with other cuter pet cards. Because the only people who were playing Gengar were like the stands who really loved it, and those people just found other slightly less bad things to love. Like, there was definitely a dedicated base of Gengar enjoyers for a little while. But are you calling me out specifically? What did I ever do to you? I am, in fact, calling you out specifically. Alright, Magnezone here to lift with his legs. Carry this game across the finish line. Gengar enjoyers and Dragonite enjoyers, it's a perfect circle. And that's probably pretty true. We have lightning energy in our energy zone in this deck, so we get to keep attacking with Magnezone in perpetuity. Curious to see what their game plan is. Maybe they have the stage 1 and stage 2 for this, and then Kabutops is tough for us. Because I do have to stop developing this to put energy here, which means the Electivire isn't going to be ready on time. We could find Pikachu, though. And Pikachu plus a Surge could maybe get us there. I can't believe Magnezone on curve is good. I mean, it's a strong one. It's, when you think about it, this card on curve is a 1 energy, deal 110 damage stage 2, right? Because Magneton provides 2 of your energy. And, like, it requires an energy from you every turn for the rest of the game to keep blasting, but the first attack is essentially 1 energy stage 2. Which is just like such an insane rate. Haba Hut, thank you for the 56 months. And it's effectively colorless at that. Although the asterisk is if it's colorless you only get 2 shots, but 2 shots is usually enough. No copy of blue. We're all done here. Just getting started with Pocket. Any advice? Open Charizard packs first. And then once you have some staples like Greninja and Executor, and maybe Charizard and Moltres, move on to Dialga packs. I think I'm going to do that video next week, starting Pocket in 2025 Best Booster Packs. I'm curious to see if that kind of content takes. New beginner content usually doesn't perform super well when you're 4 months past release, but maybe it'll do some search traffic, so I'm curious. Could have longevity. Maybe it's the type of thing that's going to need to get updated a few times a year, Niv. Yeah, that's fair, Barber. That happens to the best of us. Unironically, Barber, when I have a brew that I really like, and I know I'm going to play it in a tournament, I'll intentionally stop playing games with it just so I can't hit a bad streak and talk myself out of it. Because any deck, no matter how good or bad you play it enough, you're going to hit a bad streak at some point. If I'm, like, pretty happy and from a theory craft play, I'm like, all right, this is good enough. We'll ship it. Magnezone is basically colorless. Did someone say Dialga? I mean, unironically, Magnezone could be the solution to Dialga's problem, which is the Dialga deck is really bad when you don't have first energy advantage. And Magnezone is good when you have first energy advantage. So yeah, if you're a Dialga enjoyer who's been searching for a way to maybe make that deck better, figuring out a way to let you break serve is what it needs. A way when you don't have first energy advantage, it's probably worth testing the zone. You know, updated budget decks is an interesting concept because you could, decks that are 1 and 2 diamond cards from not the latest expansion are essentially free, yeah? You could probably find Discord servers of people who just like have those that have trade points and will ship them your way. That might be a good idea of something to think about too, because I couldn't do budget deck content in Marvel Snap. It just didn't exist the way their economy worked. Yeah, 1 and 2 diamond cards essentially being free could be interesting. Yeah, maybe I put some noodling into what are the best only 1 and 2 diamond cards from sets you could trade, and then like maybe throw in a couple that have like a couple of 3 diamonds, or like 1 3 diamond that you put 2 of in. Yeah, that's the question is basically what constitutes budget in this card game. And I think it's that what I just said. I think it's 1 and 2 diamond cards that are tradable because they only take your trading stamina, not trade points. Glad you're having fun, Delris. Are we done here? Magnezone lifted with the legs? All right, yeah, I think my takeaway on this one is the Lieutenant Surge Electabuzz stuff feels only kind of okay, and Magnezone's the playable card here, and the other surrounding stuff's probably worse than the other Magnezone builds. All right, what is our next viewer pile? We have a request to build with mag mortar. We could do that. Let's we can take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll be back in 2 minutes building around mag mortar. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We're getting close to 1,000 likes already. I think we could probably hit that. With still 4 hours or so left to go. Oh, gamers! You're my social media, so I'm going to share this here in addition to Blue Sky. Christine, I had date night last night. Isn't our art beautiful? Validate me. Validate me. Tell me my art is beautiful. You don't need to tell me hers is better. I know it's better. Just tell me mine is good, okay? We made birds! I already liked the post, Jeff. I'm not validating you again. Fair, honestly. I accept. Yes, you can tell from the background that picture was taken at a bar, so that was very much adults go and do a instructor-led painting class where everybody does the same thing and you eat and you drink while you do it. It was a good time. I broke my I don't drink calorie rules last night because we don't go out a lot, and they had a key lime pie slushy drink that was very, very good. I'm basically a 30-something white woman when it comes to my alcohol, chat. If it can't disguise itself as candy, I don't want to drink it, okay? I don't drink alcohol very frequently, but if I do, it's gotta be candy flavored. Thank you for my lunch, Jacob.
Yep, and alcohol could get you drunk.
Alcohol can get you drunk, that's true. Yeah. Don't forget to close the door.
Okay, bye.
The kiddos have a random half day on a Thursday today. Viewer-submitted decks are taken from YouTube members and Twitch subscribers, typically the night of or the morning before our stream on our Discord server. Sometimes we have a couple of slots open the morning of, but today we actually filled all of them and then some before I went live. All right, what else do we want to do with mag mortar? I feel like the person who submitted this said, what did they say? I think they said they were playing it in Charizard. Did all of my tip messages disappear? All of my tip messages disappeared because this platform has been poopy lately. I think they said they were playing this in Charizard with Moltres, but one of the things I don't like to do with build-around deck submissions is I don't like to just shove the requested card into an existing good deck where that card's not good. So there's a chance that this card's just bad, but it's like definitely bad if you just shove it into... It's definitely bad if you just shove it into Moltres, right? Like, it's not remotely the best thing you could do with Moltres. So from a deck building exercise, I think it's silly to just be like, okay, we're going to put this in Moltres and it'll be bad, but we'll call it good enough. Yeah, maybe we build a just one knockout point deck. This is like one of your payoffs. There's no way this is good to stall behind Drudagon. It could be that we accept we're just rarely going to ramp. And that maybe we build Blaine where like you top end these sometimes. So you play regular Magmar that can attack. Or maybe even split 2D Magmar. Nah, it's probably never 2D Magmar. You probably want to hit for 50 sometimes while you build up. And I want to make it very clear, the deck we're building is probably not good. But at the same time, it's definitely not good inside of just shoving it into the Moltres shell. So at least if this is bad, we tried something unique. Yeah, I don't think we can play Ninetales. Because you need to charge Magmortars. Magmortar's your payoff. That does in fact sound like you're in danger, man. What do we think of like Kangaskhan for the last basic rather than Duck? Because we need something that can buy us time, yeah? And this is kind of that like double 100-point core we've played before. Yeah, Drudagon could be better. Let's start there. We'll put a cape, a hat. Maybe we'll put a Cyrus in as the last. Oh, he's already in our favorites. Let's start here. What are my thoughts on Bidoof? I think retreat cost 2 makes it probably a little too clunky. Does anyone ask you to build or play around the other 2 starters? The turtle is unplayable. The other one might be okay. And Empoleon probably has a highlight in it, even if it's not top tier. It's something interesting, but turtle's definitely just trash. Hopefully we get EXs for both of those in the mini set that's coming up. If we draw Rapid Dash, we win the game on the spot, huh? My dearest video gamers, put more basics in your deck. I'm begging you. Hands and knees. I think the Chatot Fighting Fossils deck is fine, Red Lake. I think it generates fine games. What if I finish 5-2 in the Hoaglandia Sprinkles tournament? What's the starter other than Turtwig? Empoleon, the penguin. Is there a Magnezone Executor deck? So, Executor is a really good example of the type of card you don't want to be playing with Magnezone. So, Magnezone does two things for you. Magnezone makes it so... What's what I'm searching for? Magnezone makes it so, you have a threat that doesn't require a heavy energy investment, and it's good when you're going first. An Executor EX, is already good when going first, and it's a card that needs minimal energy, so you can put energy on something else behind you. So the kind of two big benefits Magnezone brings to a deck, Executor is already bringing, and having two cards that serve that same function is not good. Poor Pony is a turn late. I'm going to put a hat on here in case they have a second Sabrina. This is likely 18 Trader Pakarisu. If they don't have second Sabrina, and we get to charge this mag border up, we're in a decent spot. Which streaming platform is better for you monetarily? It's about a wash. Ad revenue goes up and down on both of them. Whichever is more convenient for you. I wouldn't worry about min-maxing your platforms on my behest. This long pause here makes me hopeful they don't have a Sabrina. So Burn, for people who are not familiar, deals 20 damage, and then they get to flip a coin, and if they hit heads on that coin, they heal from the burn, and if they don't hit heads, they stay burned for another turn and take another 20. Mag Mortar might be a minimum time played submission, gamers. Give it the old college best here, but. Is 18 Trainer Pachirisu any good? Stats inside of tournaments would imply no. It's probably the best 18 Trainer 2EX deck that's existed, but pretty far from good. All right, we found our friends. Mag Mortar with Cape is notably not quite big enough to survive a Mewtwo hit, huh? What does the Shillionaire reward do? It gets you access to Beverly Shills, which is definitely the place you want to be. It shows everyone how wealthy and fake points that you are. Mostly that. Hi, Voltage. Thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Hey, thanks, T-Shook. Well, we'll see if we do. We might be able to finagle. If they put the Mewtwo up to blast the Drudagon, the Mag Mortar might catch them by surprise. Mag Mortar plus a hat. Might jump up and get the Mewtwo player. I wish I could gamble my fake points. Yeah, we explicitly don't do channel point gambling, because I want to make sure everybody that makes it into Beverly Shills watched a bunch to get there. There's our stocky lad. What are your thoughts on the Lake Trio cards? I think they are an incredibly convoluted set of cards that do not offer you a meaningful payoff in proportion to how mediocre they are. So I can't just windmill the Mag Mortar, because even with a hat, it's gonna die to Mewtwo. Are there any good decks to use Skarmory in? Yeah, you should check the new decks video for Monday morning. Bastiodon Skarmory is pretty solid. So they can side drive me twice in a row organically here. I think we put Rapidash up and put a hat on it, yeah? Is Mewtwo still 20% in tournaments? No, not at all for those that haven't been keeping up. Mewtwo has a low play rate and a lower performance rate. It had something like a 25% win rate in the Hoaglandia Sprinkles event. So I'm not using the Blaine because I really want to bait them into staying here. Maybe it's wrong to put the hat on it. I guess they could have healing, though. You're playing Magnezone with Skarmory. Yeah, I can see that. Skarmory's a card that's likes going second, and Magnezone likes going first. Opponent racking their brain why we could have put a third energy on our Magmar. They know about the 8-ball. We're gonna dunk into the corner pocket here. Rewarded for waiting to play the Blaine. If they hit us with the spike draw here, the Blaine means we clear the Sigilif out 1, which is nice. Oh, we're coming for you, big boy. We're coming for you. Daddy's home. And you've been very bad, Mewtwo. This card's another reason why Mewtwo's a bit less good than it once was. This deck often would pivot its EXs back to the bench while hurt because of that 150 HP pool. And now that's no longer a viable option. Did Cyrus replace Sabrina? Cyrus is better than Sabrina in decks that contain Pokemon that deal small chip shots worth of damage. So Cyrus has kind of made a bunch of decks that were previously unplayable better. Because these decks that dealt small chip shots used to be able to retreat out of them getting knockout points. Which Cyrus now prevents. Alright. We can go out on top. Magmortar, not top tier, but clearly better than last season's champion, huh? It takes a very specific deck to not want to play Cyrus Sabrina 1-1. Yeah, I agree, Gap. Speaking of very specific decks that don't want to play Cyrus Sabrina 1-1, and little decks that chip shot, our next viewer deck submission is likely very good. So this is a Darkrai Dawn deck with a bunch of chip shot gamers. We've got Honchkrow and Farfetch. This deck loves 2 copies of Cyrus. We got some X speeds and leaves for maneuverability. Let's hop on in here, huh? Now that you have more time to play their decks, how do you feel about Cynthia Togekiss? I mean, Cynthia Togekiss is novel, but based on tournament stats, it's not performing well. It's neat. Few people registered in events, so they pretty much all crashed and burned. Its opener is quacked. Pokeball first, because we want to draw into Dawn with this research, ideally. Or Honchkrow, now that we have this. If we top deck a copy of Dawn next turn, Dawn onto the Darkrai and then up to the Farfetch clears the Shaman in one, which should be good. Got 2 of those in 11 cards. Many Garchomp decks perform well. They have not. Very fun card, not a very powerful card. Boop. Yes, Cynthia is plus 50 because Garchomp and Togekiss can both use the boost for sure. I assume this matchup is unwinnable. Especially if they have Venusaur on curve. Venusaur decks basically have a good matchup into Darkrai and a good matchup into very little else. Yeah, we're basically playing a Darkrai deck that's looking to metagame the Drudagon decks with Honchkrow. With the Honchkrow in hand, we're actually looking for a Darkrai and a Baby Bird, so we're going to research before we Pokeball, because if we research first, it makes the research more likely to draw basic. Our lack of Dawn draws is annoying. We're playing 2 of her. Alright, Dawn lets us kill this Riolu before it evolves. Come on! So disappointing. Good golly. That's true. We get to clear the Lucario this turn. Really weird they put an energy on it. Oh, they have Cape. Sure. I mean, unless they have potions here too, the Darkrai trigger clears it next turn, so... Why are Gyarados decks skipping Palkia in favor of Druddigon? Because not enough people are punishing them by attacking their bench directly yet. I assume if we see more Lumineons and Honchkrows and others, they'll pivot back. But there's a lot of value in their first points you give up being a single knockout point and then closing on an EX. By opening on a Druddigon, you make your opponent kill like 2 Druddigons or Druddigon Greninja and then eventually close on Gyarados, which means they have to get through a ton of HP. The difference between going Palkia into Gyarados is they need to kill 330 HP over the course of the game. Going Druddigon Gyarados is 380, and going Druddigon Greninja Gyarados is 400. The Greninja Garchomp deck's been pretty fun. I agree, Asher. I'll probably run that back in something next week. I like that deck a lot. What do you think of Yanmega, Magnezone, Druddigon with water and fire energy? I would ask, what is the compelling reason to play that rather than doing Darkrai stuff? Why would you rather Yanmega than Darkrai? What matchup are you hoping to solve? Well, awkward starts on both sides. Regirock in place of Druddigon for tanking. Any thoughts? I think 3 energy to retreat is 50% more than 2 energy to retreat. And I think, dealing damage is a lot better than taking less damage. Quick maths. Quick maths. We're just gonna get Quack in here. I think our Duck and Darkrai were actually gonna win this if we hadn't gotten Misty'd. It's a damn shame. We would have gotten what? Another 40 in there. They'd have been down to 100, and then the following turn we clear them with the Darkrai. Poor Quackers. Couple unlucky beats to start, but we're gonna play some more of this after we get back from a short break. Appreciate everybody that sent in viewer deck lists to play today. Or tap an advert on the Twitch side. If you happen to be new here, I always take a brief pause when we run adverts. I think it's super rude when you're into a game and then ads roll over the end of it and you miss it. So I always just chat for a couple of minutes with subs and folks. So see you on the other side. YouTube gamers, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach some more people. We're approaching 1,000 likes. I think it's time to stand up this afternoon. Legs are getting a little cramped. Oh. I'm thinking about submitting a request for Rhyperior. I think I would turn down a Rhyperior request. Let me double check, but I don't think that card's playable. Yeah, that's not remotely playable. Yeah, it's just so much energy for so little payoff. And its other stages are so mediocre. It's a shame. It's a shame Brock couldn't trade it. If this card was Brockable, it'd probably be fine. Do you ever play No EX? Nope. I'm usually testing decks, trying to figure out things to play in regular standard format tournaments. I don't really enjoy custom player-made formats. Would you accept Mewtwo plus Dusknoir? Yeah, that's probably fine. Oh, I have a free pack to open, yeah? That popped during one of our tournament matches. I forgot about it. Sure did. Rolled in. Thank you for the 40 months. We'll flare these eventually. There's too many games decided by turn 5 in standard. I mean, you're entitled to that opinion, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's how many decision points you get before your game's decided is what matters. It's funny because I actually want this a lot less than I want 2 stars at this point. Yeah, 5's a lot of turns. I agree. There's a lot of choices packed into 5 turns. I can't remember if this is my 3rd or my 4th one. It's a wonderful piece of art with an awesome movie. I think Yanmega full arts are the one I'm hunting the most now. I'm hoping I open a Yanmega full art organically in my next 625 pack boy so that I can buy the second one to match. We're gonna focus on Dialga with that aim, I think. We should flare it on stream. 3, that's 3, yeah. I don't know, what kind of flares we got for this? I actually don't love any of these. This is probably the best one. I mean, Dobby Scissors quoting one of my favorite quotes, I feel like, but just for what it's worth, results in small sample size anywhere are pretty useless, but they're extra useless from just the random queuing client. Like, there's lots of people playing bad decks and playing them sloppy. Like, you could win with anything. So, like, if you want to sell me on playing a card being good, don't tell me you won with the card. Tell me from a game theory perspective why the deck lines up well into other things in the metagame. So be like, Jeff, don't say Jeff Rhyperior is good because I'm 15-5 with it. Say Jeff Rhyperior is good because it's good against these meta decks for these reasons. Like, articulate your position. Whenever I ask someone to explain why something's good and they just tell me their record, it feels like they didn't understand the assignment. It's literally impossible for a single person to generate a statistical meaningful sample size with anything. Like, to give you an example, someone in chat said you won't believe how amazing Licky Licky is. I think Licky Licky is actually relatively easy to create a compelling case for. Licky Licky is a card that with a single coin flip hits for 140 points of damage, and 140 damage in one hit is a good breakpoint in this metagame because of Darkrai and Magnezone being popular. So if you could build a Licky Licky deck where you could get it assembled reasonably consistently, it might be serviceable because of how its breakpoints line up into the metagame. That's the type of insight I'm looking for when I'm saying, okay, why is a deck good? Why is a card good? Why is a card worth considering? And that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be good. Like, we might build a bunch of decks and it might be trash. Like, it hasn't put any results up so far. But, like, there's at least a compelling reason to consider it, rather than just being like, oh, I won games with it. I missed when you played Kiki card. It's been fun how many of the old-time Magic gamers have found their way back to the content with Pokemon Pocket. A lot of the traditional TCG players bounced off a snap. Oh, man, I was really hoping to find Darkrai there. If we would have found Darkrai, Darkrai would have killed the Magnemite, and then I would have gotten to Quack the Magneton. I think without the Darkrai here, we're probably dead. Do you think Magnezone would be more balanced if it required 2 electric energy but still only deleted 1? I think Magnezone would be unplayable in most of the decks it's in if it needed 2 lightning energy. I also would reject the leading part of your question that implies Magnezone is not balanced as is. All right, well, if they don't have the zone, they brick at it for one more turn here. Farfetch finishes, yeah. Oh, I guess Honchkrow just doesn't die if they don't have the zone as well. You can't run from the haunch, chat. It knows where you sleep. It knows where you sleep. What kind of Pokemon tool would you like to see added to the game? I actually think the current metagame is really well balanced, and I don't really have any suggestions for cards I'm waiting to see. We actually just can't beat Electivire here, yeah? Does Darkrai change the calculus, baby? So we take 60 this turn. Oh, they have Volkner, so we're just dead. So far, our poor little birds have just been getting cooked, and Darkrai has not been around to help. I've not played any decks with Wormadam yet, but I think there could maybe be like a Wormadam Skarmory deck that could a while to see that we were checkmated, yes? Maybe they missed that was my opponent's second knockout point. Easily winnable for the opponent. Oh, they were missing the last word. I got it. That makes more sense. We're going first. Darkrai is here. Let's draw a Dawn, huh? Gosh, can we please draw Dawn so we can murder this Froakie? I just want to murder the Froakie, chat. Who's lovely? You are. You are. Our full art Dawns have been so shy today. I want to put the second duck out so we play around Sabrina, but my body is ready to murder this rug. For those that haven't seen this before, you put the energy on Darkrai and trigger the Nightmare Aura, and then you use Dawn to push it up to the duck. Get that 20 plus 40. Play more basics. Play more basics. Play more basics. It's the dawning of the age of the far-fetched us. Age of the far-fetched duck. I think that Froakie's gonna have nightmares about this experience for a little while. Gonna be a lot of turbulence while sleeping. The duck is quack, chat. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Very powerful. I love that there is just a casual 750 player Pokemon Pocket tournament on a Thursday afternoon. Like, it's so awesome. This is just easily the most competitive digital card game to release in, gosh, probably since Hearthstone. I can't stop singing Age of the Palkia around my house. God bless Patrick. As the #1 sign, you've spent plenty of time here. You start picking up some of the songs at home. For people who haven't kept up on Pocket's thriving community tournament scene, there's like loosely 5,000 to 6,000 people entering tournaments every single week on Limitless for this game. That's so easy and clean. By the way, just to plug a couple of things that are going on in Hoaglandia, if you're someone that's disappointed you haven't been able to make it into any of our viewer deck submitted queues, if you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, I've been offering getting decks into the queue the night before and the morning of on the Discord server, so pop in there if you want to grab one of the slots before the stream goes up tomorrow. And then another fun piece of news, I know a lot of people, myself included, enjoyed the first Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series event. We are going to be officially putting the S in Open Series because we're going to be returning on March 8th, shortly after our next card packs drop. So if you're someone that's interested in playing or watching, save that Saturday. Or also something that happened organically that as well, we've developed something of a community-funded prize pool. I've got like 500, I got over 500 USD worth of contributions from chat after we announced that the tournament was coming back, earmarked for that tournament prize pool. So we're gonna have more cash prizes than the first one at a minimum. Still working on logistics as far as sponsored stuff goes past that, but what are driving factors for the competitive scene? I think the number one thing that drove Pocket's competitive scene that doesn't exist in other games is simply the fact that Pokemon Pocket had Limitless TCG at launch, because it's a good community tool for building your stuff up. But past Limitless existing, like, it also has a base of people interested in competing. I might be wrong, but it feels like the Pocket Chat is more chill and positive compared to what I've watched you stream other card games. The Marvel Snap community is, generally speaking, not in a good place. And a big part of why I was happy to be able to step out there was not just because of the gameplay, although the gameplay does have some issues too, in my opinion, but there's a lot of negativity surrounding Marvel Snap right now. Pokemon Pocket's not perfect, and the economy has some growing pains, as exemplified by trading not going over ideally to start, and they're still ironing out some of those details, but Snap's got some tough structural issues they need to sort. I think we're just dead here. Darkrai is weak to grass. Oh, wait. If they don't have an Erica or a potion... No, they already used both their Ericas. Can we finagle this? I think we can finagle this, yeah? So Duck plus Dawn means that we don't need Darkrai to stay up to kill this. Oh, do I just put up Haunch Crow? I just kill it with the Haunch, yeah? We're gonna be dead to Cyrus, but I can't play around that. Yeah, we retreat to the Haunch, and then we Dawn up onto it. And then unfortunately, because this is weak to grass, even if I potion it, these executes still clean it out guaranteed. But if they don't have Cyrus here, this clears an egg next turn, then we win the game. From duck till dawn. What do you think about this Duck Crow Wisp, but with Weezing over Crow? I think Weezing over Crow would make matchups like this one's better for you, but it would make your Drudagon matchups worse. So maybe that's better in the random queue, but I have to imagine it's worse in a tournament. Yes, I agree. I agree that Dina was great to just give out a bunch of trade points in the short term as a band-aid. And to call someone out, because I know like the super entrenched players are super negative on all the parts of trading. One of my buddies in chat, Bob and Chase, someone who I've been playing card games with for over a decade now, if I recall correctly, he started Pokemon Pocket a little bit late, and he's getting super into it now. And the fact that I was able to just ship him a bunch of staple 2-diamond cards and a couple of EXs that he needed and a 3-diamond, and like that fleshed out his collection while he focused on collecting specific packs at the launch was really awesome. And that experience of I mentioned Marvel Snap having some problems. One of the big issues Marvel Snap has is it's hard for new players to get into it. And just seeing how I was able to like reach out and help someone who's starting late, it really is like, okay, trading, if they nail all the details around this, is 100% going to be a thing that makes it so people onboarding into this game late can do it in a way that's reasonable for them. Neptune's Wrath, thank you for that brand new tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that direct support. Thanks for keeping me around. Yes, Tron, they said point blank that they're going to be working on iterating on trading. They said part of the reason why they were so restrictive with trading to start is they're figuring out a way to make it launch that makes the feature useful but doesn't let people bot with it, basically. Hey, Alice, any amount of support is great. I appreciate you dropping that off here. Good to see you around again, speaking of old snappers. Hey, Luna, thanks for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here making stuff. So my best draw here is Dawn. So I want a Pokeball before we research to maximize our chance of drawing Dawn. Yes, I completely agree, Rita. I think the current trading system is a steady flow of trade tokens away from being very close to ideal. They gave out 1,500 trade tokens for free, and I think if they gave somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 trade tokens a month for free for login rewards or just participating in the 45 wins events, I think it would be super reasonable. I think so long as free-to-play players can trade 2 to 3 EX Pokemon and a handful of 3 diamonds every month, it probably solves a lot of that account variance from opening too many of one EX and not of another. Because the big thing they're trying to avoid is people basically opening stores and selling trades for cash. Is a very, very real concern for them. This might be a you cook my duck, you cook my bird, I kill you with Darkrai angle. I think is what's happening here. Thoughts on Cresselia? I think Baby Cresselia is a very serviceable, playable card. Oh, they don't have another bench Pokemon. That's interesting. Do I put up the Honchkrow then? Maybe I messed up. Nah, I was gonna let him cook the duck. I think this is fine. And I think EX Cresselia is probably bad to finish that thought. I got distracted here. We have X speed. No, I think I saved the X speed. Because if I put the Honchkrow up and they don't kill it, I can't kill this with Darkrai next turn. Yes, that's true too. Just because they didn't play another bench Pokemon last turn doesn't mean they don't necessarily have it. Is super accurate. He could be sitting on it, just not playing around red card. Why wouldn't you be able to KO with Darkrai? They could retreat the Pikachu. I want the flexibility to be able to Cyrus the Pikachu up. Are we cooked? I feel like we might be cooked, gamers. I guess we have a retreat, but we're cooked if they have a Cyrus, yeah. Sabrina could also get us too. Hey, that's awesome, Alice. Hey, Amazonian's good people. Her and Davis are folks I keep tabs on still. So I think we pivot to here. We hit you. And then now if they don't have another bench, I could potion this so we're not dead to Cyrus anymore. And then next turn I could Dawn the other energy up to win this. Yeah, Jim Davis is a high-level Magic the Gathering player. He and I traveled in a lot of the same circles because we both played on the Star City Game Open series back in the day, when I was playing Magic very competitively. He's still very successful doing Magic stuff, or Pro Tour or whatever it's called these days. They've rebranded and iterated that a few times. Yeah, not the creator of the Garfield comic, correct. All right. And then Dawn getting to do what Dawn does best here. Jump up and steal a game that looks like we're otherwise out of. He made it to Magic Worlds the last 2 years. Okay, yeah. That tracks. Poor Pikachu. Something that's worth noting here is we saw this Pikachu opponent lose this game in part because they couldn't fill their bench, and that's almost assuredly related to their deck building choices, right? Like they very notably had Pachirisu and Magdazone in their deck, which are both deck slot hungry cards that probably mean they only have like 6 basics, and 6 basics makes it tough to fill your bench up consistently. How do you feel about Yanmega with Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan decks? That could be okay. I feel like I'd be skeptical that that's better than playing Magdazone as the top end of that deck, but it is less slots. Kudo Canoe breaking their first time chatter bubble after following for a week to let someone else know how cards work. God bless. Must not be a typical card gamer if they can read Cyrus. That's true, you know. I'm gonna decline playing around red card. Oh, I guess they don't have, Alright, I'll put Darkrai out. They don't have, fighting energy anyways. Our last bench slot will be for a baby crow. To maximize the probability that Pikachu X's attacks for 90, it would be 12 playable basics. 12's not tenable, but I think the 7 a lot of people played in that deck at the end of last season was a little low. We played some games with it on stream, and I was like, yeah, I definitely wish I had 8 basics at a minimum. Just get Quacken here. Release the Quacken. What's the most effective way to use pack points? So, my general advice for pack points is you should spend pack points when you're ready to move on from opening a pack. What do I mean by that? I mean, you need cards out of Dialga and Palkia packs, and you've opened everything except a particular 3 diamond cards you need out of your Dialga pack. So you then spend 300 pack points, get the last cards you need, and then move on to Palkia packs. Because one of the biggest mistakes or least efficient things you could do is spend pack points on something and then continue opening that pack and incidentally open them immediately after. So there's a balance there too. Like, one of my big pieces of advice is don't optimize the fun out of your game. Like you should make sure you're enjoying yourself. So like crafting cards that you're gonna play a lot of games with is fine, but that's the one little min-max you can and should think about is don't perhaps wait until you're ready. You're ready to move on to the next pack. What if I haven't opened any Cyrus after 50 plus Palkia packs? I think the one time I would break my rule is I would spend the points to get your first copy of Communication, Cyrus, a cape. I would grab your first copy of those utility cards that you really want to play with. I'm gonna swap the ducks here, so that way the lead duck doesn't go down to Bruxish next turn. I guess I could have potioned too, but 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Hey, Saint Arcade, thank you for the brand new Prime. I think Yan Mega in tandem with things that attack the bench is quite strong. The Lumineon deck we were playing earlier today is kind of leveraging a version of that. And I also have a build, playing Azolf with Ms. Magius I want to try at some point too. But yeah, Yan Mega's breakpoints when you can do a little bit of damage first are really appealing. Like a Hitmonlee kick or a Lumineon hit or an Azolf tap plus Yan Mega clears a lot of things in this metagame. I had lethal with Dawn. Did I? What did Dawn do? How did I have lethal with Dawn? Oh, I could have used the Darkrai. I could have pivoted to the Darkrai. Yeah. I'm sorry. Darkrai doesn't attack, chat. It's an artillery cannon that blasts from the bench. Come on now. This card does one thing, okay? Imagine attacking with Darkrai. He doesn't get his hands dirty. That's for the birds, okay? The birds are here to get their claws dirty. Darkrai stands above it all. Yeah, Darkrai's just putting down covering fire for the birds. Have you tried low putty Yan Mega? So, the thing about low putty Yan Mega is because they're both colorless, I feel like you need a compelling reason in your third Pokemon line to not just play Azolf or Hitmonlee over Lopunny. Because you're right, Lopunny does what I'm talking about. It softens things up for Yan Mega, but like, what are you doing with the rest of your deck slots, basically? Like, what's your third line that you can't just play Hitmonlee instead? I think usually I want second Duck and Darkrai as my last two slots here, so I'm not going to play the other Murkrow out. Cyrus has buffed Kickmonlee more than I expected, to be honest. Genuinely, this card is the best thing from the expansion in terms of how it's made the game feel to play. This was such an awesome addition from the perspective of what types of decks does it help and what are their impact on the metagame. It's unfortunate that we didn't find Mr. Rye. It's been a little shy today. Reddit says Cyrus is ruining the game. Yeah. We were talking about it earlier, but I think people hating on Cyrus are telling on themselves. I think if you're mad about Cyrus existing, you're probably either building your decks bad, playing them bad, or maybe a combination of the two. It is a card that heavily rewards good sequencing while playing your games and good deck building before you load into the game. Is it a norm in the meta to always play around Cyrus if possible? I think it's a norm in the meta to play around Cyrus if your opponent is playing smaller attackers. So, example, I would assume most decks playing things like Farfetch'd or Hitmonlee have access to Cyrus. Would be my expectation. There's the haunch. You can run, but you can't hide from the haunch, gamers. You know, whenever the topic of game balance and card changes come up, people always talk about, do you think they'll nerf cards that people think are too good? But you know what I'd really like to see from Dina rather than nerfing cards? I'd really love to see them buff a handful of things that are just like, would be very clearly safe to buff. Like, I wish Nidoqueen attacked for 2. Like, I don't think she's remotely broken if her attack costs 2 energy instead of 3. I think that would be the number one thing I would love to see, is a couple of touch-ups around the edges of things that are just like, these are very obviously underpowered. Especially like a post-communication world. I think in a post-communication world, the Nidoqueen attacking for 2, like, I don't think it would be a top meta deck, but you'd be like, yeah, I can play this and not be embarrassed. Because she'd be what? She'd be an 80 damage for 2 that kicks up to 130 if you assembled your other stage 2. And just for the record, I don't expect that they'll ever make card changes in this game. I expect that the text boxes we have are the ones we're gonna have for forever. I'm just musing about what would be nice. Yeah, I agree with that, Diaz and Dog. The stage 2 balance, it feels like that. I think that's a good articulation of something they've really nailed in this latest expansion, is they feel like they nailed playable stage 2s. things like Glade, and even Garchomp is a good example of like a stage 2 that's not busted, but it feels good to play and can keep up when things break your way. Whereas like Nidoking and Nidoqueen are like, eh. Yeah, Rampardos feels like a much better and reasonable fossil design than things like Kabutops and Amistar that just like were never serviceable. Magnezone, yeah. Yeah, it feels like they hit their game design stride for stage 2s with this latest pack. Whereas like even after Communication is now released, there's a bunch of stage 2s from Genetic Apex that are just like, yeah, these are just pack filler. Because it's fun to keep tabs. And I'll be doing a full meta report this weekend too afterwards, obviously, but there's a 730 player tournament going on this afternoon with a $50 prize pool. And Darkrai Magnezone is 10% to the field, and it's right around a 50% win rate after the first round. Listen, speaking of things getting kicky, I think this is the deck that's the deck to watch this weekend. Going into the bigger tournaments like Ursi and a couple others that run on the weekends. This Magnezone, the Magnezone Fighting Box shell is 100% the deck to watch. All three of the most popular decks currently at or below that 50% threshold. And it's not a coincidence that both of these decks get eaten alive by Kickmodley, and they're struggling while this is doing well. Like that's actually I can click here and click matchups. Yeah, 6-0 against Garrett. Yeah. This deck went 7-2 against Charizard in the first round, 6-0 against Gyarados Greninja, and 10-1 into the Magnezone Darkrai deck. So there were so many people, and it's getting thrashed by the green menace here. So there's definitely meta counters that exist. I think we're probably in a no S tier deck metagame again. I'm gonna do an updated best decks tier list next week after we get another round of tournament data. But like seeing how things have been developing anecdotally after the weekend, I think we're in a no S tier setting, and there's like some decks that are gonna be popular and good, but there's nothing like, oh, I can never beat that even if I want to. Someone said, look at the finals of the deck you played earlier. This tournament was smaller than when we were playing in. What do we got here? 18 Trader Pakarisu. Oh, hey! The Licky player we lost to. They played really well against us. This person said they were a Hoaglandian. Congrats and condolences on your top 4 finish. Licky gamers, rise up. This is 18 Trader Cheese, yeah? Oh, yeah, sure is. You got run over by the Pakarisu deck. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. Love to see people doing stuff. Yeah, good spread of stuff and things here in the top 8. All right, we need to take a pause for the cause and run some adverts, but to tease, our next viewer submission is a fun one. We're gonna play some Sigilif Togekiss when we get back from our break as our next viewer submission. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We're gonna be playing this up next. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we are less than 100 likes from 1,000 on the live stream today. Can you help us get there if you haven't tapped the button already? Honestly, Pokemon Pocket has had some of the best metagames in its short lifespan that other card games have had in years. Unironically. Especially as someone who lived through the last year of Marvel Snap, like, people would often ask that question, like, all right, what were the best Marvel Snap metagames? And it would be like, And the mythical island metagame will 100% be a. People are like, okay, what was a great metagame? Mythical island metagame, 100% panned out to be great. We were discovering new decks all the way through to the end, etc., etc. Which way can you donate? I donate where you get the most cut. My Stream Elements link. Can post that link over there. I really need to figure out a chat bot on the YouTube side. The Stream Elements bot did not join like it was supposed to. To debug that at some point. All right, so what are we doing? No copies of Dawn, one Cyrus, no Leaf. All right. Favorites. Need 2 Cape, Pokemon Communication, Sabrina. Need 1 Slab, 1 Cynthia. And then our Pokemon here. Oh, there's no X speed in this deck. That's interesting. It's like, I have too many cards. There's no X speed. Hey, thanks for the primer. Shane, appreciate it. Cobbler, thank you for the 17 months. Dear gamers, my kingdom to be able to import deck lists. That's all I want out of life. Oh man, should we flare my Togekiss? Oh, I don't have a second full art Giratina. I skipped one of those in a Wonder Pick earlier. Is it still in there? I didn't realize I was missing a second one of those. We haven't played it yet, which is why I haven't noticed, but ideally I would like 2 every other 1 stars. Oh. All right, chat. I am 2-29 in Wonder Picks this season. Burning through hourglasses like crazy. Two and 30. Yikes. Hey, Zia. Thanks for the tip. I appreciate that. Love your content. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you making me your daytime entertainment. Just get luckier, yeah. I mean, at least most of my Wonder Picks have been me chasing cosmetics. Sure, it would feel even worse if, I actually needed those cards. Alright. Where are the Togs at? Look at the adorable little flowers. They added such good flares. A lot of the new flares they added this expansion are so good. I like them. I like them a lot. Oh, did the flowers already exist? Oh, I love the circles. All right, we're gonna spend some dust here. I might run out of dust here soon, but I'm gonna go all the way up to the circles on this one for sure. The colorful circles are my favorite. They remind me of the Kirby Crackle from Marvel Snap that I love. You're gonna on dust for a while. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to spend it all in one place, you know? think it's hearts. I think it's hearts. And let him know we're gonna kill him with love. The cosmetics will always be something Snap does exceedingly well. Yeah, they're definitely a good hook. Speaking as someone who has a $25,000 Marvel Snap account, they definitely implemented that system in a way that's beneficial for them. Oh, I need to flare the Sigilifts too. Just cards I haven't played a ton of. Did you say 25,000 or did you mean 2,500? No, I said 25,000. Said it and meant it. For people who aren't familiar with Marvel Snap, they have their equivalent of cosmetics for these. I guess these ones kind of come out of loot box too, but it's guaranteed. But you roll for Marvel Snap cosmetics on loot boxes. And at one point, my account was complete on the most premium rare of their cosmetics on every card. Yeah, the whole flare system interface is super clunky for sure. Dexter in chat hanging out. Another Pokemon Pocket Marvel Snap card game creator. I probably spend 1,000 to 2,000 a month on Snap too. Yeah. Yeah, mine's slow. I've been wailing a bit on Pokemon Pocket, and it's still markedly less than that. And just for the record, I'm not complaining about it, and I wasn't put out about the money that I spent. I'm just factually commenting how much was spent on it. Just so we're clear. What was the cost of one pull on Snap? To take one roll on a cosmetic loot box for a card, it costs like 20 bucks basically. And you were only like, I think it was like 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 to hit. Hey, thanks for the gift sub, Div. Appreciate it. It's the wrong cue. I have been logging into Snap once per week to buy their new card releases, but I haven't been playing at all. As a very expensive pull. And again, that's only for a cosmetic. Yes, and to get the most premium cosmetic, you had to roll the card 4 times to have your first chance at it. So you had to do $80 worth of rolls, so then you could then take $20 hits at the most desired one. Well, this is the draw, gamers. Togetic, Togekiss, Cynthia, we're going first. Let's run them down, huh? If your Bastiodon deck posted here, I haven't posted a highlight with it yet. It's kind of the one from Monday's video, only I'm playing Kangaskhan as extra basics. I really don't like playing only Skarmory. Play more basics. We should play. I need to play some games. Maybe we'll start tomorrow with not viewer decks, because I need to record some more games with my favorite Bastiodon build and my favorite Rampardos build, so I can post those. I haven't posted either of those yet. How do we feel about Sabrina to not take a Rocky Helmet hit? I think I'm into it, 'cause if I take a Rocky Helmet hit, we die. Oh, also, I lose to just Darkrai plus Weezing next turn. Now they need Weezing and Dawn to kill my Togetic. For what it's worth, I don't think it is remotely fair to compare the monetization of a game like Marvel Rivals to a game like Marvel Snap or Pokemon Pocket. Those types of games just have magnitudes different different player bases in terms of size. Just to give a side-by-side comparison here, real quick. Well, I'm gonna pull some stats up here in a second. Once we're done with this game. Unfortunately, I think we're dead here, yeah? Fun fact, when they Sabrina you, your Overdrive Smash is no longer active. And even if the Overdrive Smash was active here, the problem is Togekiss just dies to Darkrai, yeah? So, Twitch numbers aren't the end-all, be-all for every game. So I'm aware that this is not one-to-one, but just as a comparison, for the last 90 days, Marvel Rivals has had 65,000 average viewers on Twitch, and Marvel Snap has had 1,500. And to throw a comparison in here of Pokemon Pocket, just to show that card games really don't operate at scale, is Pokemon Pocket for the last 90 days has had 2,700 average viewers. So just like not remotely in the same ballpark in terms of like volume of people playing. So games like Marvel Rivals can afford to only monetize cosmetics. They just have so many more people buying those cosmetics, right? Does Florges still feel worthwhile after Togekiss came out? Actually, I'd go so far as to say Florges is one of the cards I'd be interested in exploring again at some point, because her healing everything seems really good in a post-Cyrus world. Communication potentially makes Florges more consistent too. Like, I think Forge is potentially a reasonable card to take a peek back at. I saw you comment on the Twitch side with that too, Minnie. What is the glitch you've encountered with dual energy? Is it like an exploit you're actively doing, or is it just bugged in some way that you think? I've been playing Florges, Azelf, Cyrus. That sounds great, honestly. I think Azelf's a really underplayed card. We played a bit of Azelf with Ms. Magius, and it felt really clean. And that's an interesting thought, too. You could play Florges with Ms. Magius, because one likes going first or one likes going second. It's a good observation. That's a hat. It's going to be another Tempo Sabrina angle? I think it's going to be another Tempo Sabrina angle. How do we feel about trying to find my stage 1? I'm into it. 80 damage doesn't go as far with capes and 140, 50 HP mon. I mean, if you look at the mons that are common meta threats, a lot of them are 140. So dealing 80 twice to something with a cape at 140 is still 2 turns. I think that seems fine. I guess there's a world where we build this up too, huh? Because the rest of our things are just so low energy. Togekiss is weak to metal is the problem here. I think I'm just hitting them with Sigilif again. That's close though. Oh, it's so much life. Man, if I would have put this energy on here, I would have been able to put Giratina in this turn and crack him for 70, which would let Togekiss plus Cynthia clear the following turn. So I'm actually in a bad spot here because of this misplaced energy here that one turn. Got me. My statement stands. Oh, hey, look, they gave me the stage 1 I was missing. That's nice. God bless us, everyone. It's so comical. I can't believe people are finding room to put freaking red card in their deck in 2025. It was already very clearly, obviously embarrassing last year. It's just truly insane to me that people are still finding space for it. No reason to use a Cynthia here. This is 180 in 2 shots. Oh, they're just doing this because it resets Overdrive Smash is what they're doing here. I was like, this is weird, but the swapping my card out means this doesn't have its bonus, which means Cynthia gets to go to work here. But this not taking a hit is real good for us, yeah? I think I still put the energy here, so I have a 70 damage shot loaded just in case. Almost researched out of reflex there, which would have been real bad. We need to clean this out this turn. How would you feel about a draft mode? I'm not big on draft in card games, and I would be surprised if Pocket added it because paper Pokemon doesn't do draft. I'm slowly deleting 30 years worth of Magic programming from my brain, okay? In Magic, you always draw your cards before you make the rest of your decisions, and it's still ingrained. I'm working on it, okay? It's a me problem. Minnie, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. For those of us who are ignorant, what does draft mean? So draft mode is a mode where you open booster packs and you play with cards out of the booster packs. So you build decks out of the cards you open in the packs. All right, so we put a hat on here, so we don't die to the helmet. And we crack him down to 20. I have the same problem when it comes to winning games. I'm so used to instance, I forget they can't interact in Pocket. It's almost freeing in a way. Like, while I enjoy some of the dynamics of a priority-based system like Magic and like Runeterra had, it's nice to just know my stuff's going to work on my turn. Or I'm just like, yes, we do actually win the game here. Is there a way for me to share the clip of the dual energy glitch? It's not something I'm going to look at while I'm streaming, I don't think, Biddy, but you can DM me if you're on Discord would be great. Or Twitch too, I suppose. My Twitch DM should be open too if you got links. No priority system is also part of what makes Pocket feel chess adjacent. Completely agree with that, Hightower. That was a solid game for us. What do you mean a priority system? In games like Magic the Gathering and Runeterra, every time you take an action, your opponent gets a chance to respond to it, even when it's your turn. So you're always playing all of the time. Sigilif is, you know, not a bad opener for us. One of the things that's neat about this deck is that all of our cards are kind of decent to start on, right? While still playing 5 basics. We don't mind leading Togepi, especially when we're going first. We don't mind leading Giratina because it can retreat for free essentially. And we don't mind drawing cards with Sigilif. How would you mitigate the advantage of going second? I think we already see that in this latest expansion. There are a ton of cards in this latest expansion that like going first. Weavile, Garchomp, Magnezone, Infernape, Gallade. Going first versus going second is not a core rules issue in Pokemon Pocket. It's a card design decision. And I hope they continue to design more cards that are better when going first than going second. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, Togetic is actually a good example of another card that typically enjoys going first. Going first means you have first evolution advantage. So stage 1 Pokemon that attack for 1 energy and stage 2 Pokemon that attack for 2 energy enjoy going first in Pokemon Pocket. Because you evolve, attach the energy attack, evolve, attach the energy attack. Yes, Gallade being good when going first is one of the reasons why I think Gallade has ended up better than Machamp, which is something that I wasn't expecting. If they hit on this, we're probably dead. If they brick on it, we have a shot. Misty. JK, LOL. Misty knew I thought this deck was sweet and started taking notes on it to maybe do a highlight. And she's like, nah, bro, I'm gonna put you in a trash can. Hold on, please. Always gotta ruin my highlight games, Misty. What are your thoughts on Dusknoir's ability? I think Dusknoir's ability would be really powerful on a basic or a stage 1, but it seems like it's probably not powerful enough for the number of deck slots a stage 2 takes up. All right, Togepi with Togetic lined up while going first here. Don't care about that rat at all because evolving clear status conditions. I think the game plan here is we don't play out a bench Pokemon until our 3rd turn because I want to simply dodge, I want to dodge getting tempoed by a Sabrina. There's no X speeds in my deck, so if I play out a bench Pokemon and they Sabrina me, which Pikachu often plays, I won't be able to evolve an attack next turn. And we're not in danger of getting knocked out, so just go ahead and keep on trucking here, and then next turn we'll develop our bench. And then, once Togekiss and in fact, this is such a great game to have happen after talking about the balance with going first versus going second. Like, look at this game. Look how happy we are to have gone first this game. And our opponent's deck, the Pikachu deck, is a deck that traditionally likes going second, right? And I think this is a dynamic I want to see more of with more cards is, okay, these are cards that enjoy different decks and different cards will have different preferences for first versus second. I'm going to hold on to the Sigillif for now because we might communication it into our other, what's it called here? Now we're revved up and ready to go. Vroom, vroom. All right. And we top deck a Cynthia. One of those in 7 cards. Ooh, we got the Togetic. I don't see how they win this game from here, yeah? One of the things people always ask when we're playing these types of decks is why only one Cynthia? When you're playing a stage 2, there's only so many slots in your deck. We're trying to play utility cards like Cape and others. Basically, it's a hedge that we think Cape's going to win us more games than Cynthia is, by keeping us alive when we need it. There's so many utility cards in Pokemon Pocket that are good and playable right now. I think most decks aren't going to remotely have optimal configurations of them. Let's even just look at this deck, just as a quick deck building exercise, right? Like, most of this deck is utility one-ofs, yeah? We've got one Cynthia, one Cyrus, one Sabrina, one Mythical Slab, and one Communication. And the only, like, real commitment in this deck is, okay, we're playing 2 copies of Cape. So basically, the person that built this deck is like, okay, I bet Cape is gonna win me more games than these other ones are in different spots. And I think there's compelling reasons to play a lot of different cards in all of these utility slots, and I really don't have a strong opinion on any of them. I think the only strong opinion I would have on utility cards in this deck is I think this deck is a good example of a deck that wants to play 1 Cyrus and 1 Sabrina as opposed to 2 of one and 0 of the other. And the reason why I say that is decks that like to play Sabrina are ones that have big hitters in them, and decks that like to play Cyrus are ones that have little chip shots. And Togetic and Sigilif are little chip shots for Cyrus, and Togekiss is a big blast for Sabrina. So those are 2 cards that like win you games in different spots. Even Slab versus Communication, right? Like, which of these 2 is ideal? I don't know. I will say anecdotally, I kind of like the split 1/1 of Slab and Communication in this deck, because I think Communication is generally better. But in my anecdotal experience, when I play 2 Communications with less than 10 Pokemon, they often get clumped up in my hand with nothing to pitch back. So I like that this deck is like, oh, I want these utility cards so I can't afford to play enough Pokemon for 2 Communications, but that's fine. We can grab Slab and have 1 of each consistency card that are slightly better in different situations. How is Sigilif felt? It's felt all right. I think post-Cyrus, Sigilif gains a bit of value. Have you played much with the Hitmonlee Magnezone deck? I don't usually play stock best decks on this channel. Usually we try and brew anti-meta stuff. And the Hitmonlee Magnezone deck is definitely, I think, entering solid stock best deck status. I imagine when I run my meta report this week, it's gonna be everywhere. I think the power creep in this game is going to make old cards relevant pretty fast. I think it's really strange and shows how much gamers have been hurt by other game companies. That's a comment I hear a lot around Pokemon Pocket, especially considering the fact that it feels like their first couple of expansions have not had a lot of power creep. Like, without telling you exactly where's where, so you click the video tomorrow, I actually recorded a new EX tier list Pokemon video, and the S tier is half cards from old expansions, the A tier is 60% cards from old expansions, the B tier is 75% cards from old expansions. Actually, I actually think the Pokemon Pocket team has done just a really incredible job of we're making newer cards that are different and flesh out other archetypes, as opposed to we're making things that are just stronger. A lot of the cards that feel like they kind of got power crept from our newer expansions are cards that were never good to begin with. Like, stuff like I would say, yeah, Machamp's worse than he's ever been, but like, he was also never really very good. I will not stand the blue disrespect. Blue's like maybe the absolute closest to genuine power creep, but also that card was like really pretty mid to begin with. Is exactly the point I'm making. Oh, you know, I should have put the other Togepi down last turn. I think I'm gonna lose this game because I did my evolutions wrong. We might be fine. We might be fine. This kills this before it kills us. And then, yeah, no, we're good. So I attack next turn, evolve, and then I have the other one set up and ready to go. See, I don't even think it's reasonable to say Tauros is a card that was victim of power creep. I think Tauros is a card that was always a metagame card. And the metagame just changed, so Tauros got worse because the metagame is different now. Even Giovanni is a tech card that cares about breakpoints. And as soon as you're in a world where a 10-point breakpoint's important, like, that's a card that'll matter, right? Like, we've actually seen, Infernape decks have been playing, what's it called? Giovanni. Because getting to 150 is a breakpoint that they care about. So we get to Cynthia here to clean this in one. Then we've got 120 revved up for next turn. What's the deck that feels most consistent that isn't metagame? I don't know that I've played any decks enough to tell you that they feel consistent. We play a lot of different decks on this channel. All right, I'm kind of enjoying this Togekiss deck, chat. I feel like this one's been fun. And it's a neat mix of cards from a deck building theory standpoint. So I think we're gonna give it a double session. I'm gonna go ahead and tap the adverts. We'll be back in 2 minutes with some more of this. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Any opinion on Gyarados? Likely one of the better and more consistent decks in the format. YouTube viewers, I implore you. We are 20 likes off of 1,000 likes on the live stream. We've hit 1,000+ likes every single YouTube live stream since the new expansion launched. Can we keep it up? Appreciate the folks that have been here every day and give that little bit of engagement. You can have an advert as well. Giratina is like a secondary attacker that like also can take hits up front and retreat for a minimal cost is the basic idea. Does a streamer read YouTube chat? Absolutely not. How does one submit a viewer deck? On my Discord channel for YouTube members and Twitch subs, I offer up deck submissions usually the night before and morning of. Usually we fill up pretty quick. Today we even filled before we went live. Do you like this Togekiss one more than the one with Porygon? I mean, it's not so much that Porygon's the defining feature, but having more utility cards feels good as opposed to being more all in. It's always somewhat of a shock to me how often I see comments asking if the streamer reads the chat. Because, I guess it's always like, well, if I wasn't going to read the chat, why would I stream, right? I just post videos after the fact. How is the overall revenue you're getting from Pocket compared to Snap? It's a bit less, but it's sustainable, I think. So I got the sub goal on stream. Let me give you a factoid. I like actual numbers. I don't like making stuff up. Quick data check. Ooh, that number's actually lower than I wanted to see. My Twitch income for January doing all Pokemon Pocket was about 35% less than my average monthly income in 2024 on the Twitch side. It's fine. I want to make it clear. I'm enjoying Pocket, and this sub number being what it is like. I also like my 2023 and 2024 were my best years on Twitch by a significant margin, and they were more than I needed to do this as a job. I put this up because we were slipping. No, that's with factoring out the gold hunting gap. If I factor in the gold hunting, it's more. Are you comparing January to January? I'm pretty sure my Januaries the last 2 years were really good. If I compare January to January, my January year over year was down about 55%, actually. So. That's, again, I know, like, in a normal job, like, that type of thing would be like, you gotta, like, run out the door and, like, look for something else. So I just really want to make it clear that's, like, I've been doing this for 12 years. It's been a full-time job for over 7. Like, ups and downs, big swings, like, I'm used to that. Like, it comes with the territory. YouTube revenue comparison, Marvel Snap to Pokemon Pocket is actually about 1-to-1 at this point. So we're very, very comparable. So that platform's doing about the same, and in no small part because the YouTube live streams have been very successful. Hey, thank you for the gifted memberships on the YouTube side. Speaking of, Enrique, I appreciate that. Again, I just want to make it clear, like, I wasn't saying that to drum up extra support. I'll always take it. But I just think you shouldn't make it taboo to talk about money. So when people ask that question, I think it's worth being honest and talking about it. When does Haley go to public school? That's true. In August, I get an $18,000 per year raise. No longer my youngest goes from daycare to public school. Oh my goodness. No other basics as a travesty gamers. I think we're dead. Hey, Underclock, thank you for the brand new membership. Appreciate it. Yes, 18,000 post-tax raise. Yep. Paying that much for daycare is a crime. This is my Jeff gets political moment for the stream. Me paying $18.5 thousand per year for daycare in the United States is less than people pay in every major city because I live in a mid-sized town in the Midwest. So while it's obviously not great, it's also better off than many other people are that I know. I turned 34 at the start of the year. I will say, though, to continue to be political for a moment, I do feel better about the cost of daycare under the new leadership in the United States, because J.D. Vance said that they have a plan to help people who are struggling with childcare costs. I could just ask grandparents and cousins and neighbors to watch my kids for me instead. It's a good structured, pointed plan that's really gonna help out. No, it wasn't a concept of a plan. It was a very pointed, there's no help coming, screw you. That's just one of those, like, left versus right types of things we should all be able to agree on. Like, children are our future, and people feeling like they can have kids if they want to should be something we should support as a society. Because we should want society to advance and people to have kids. Hot, blisteringly hot take. All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask that we put that can of worms away. If you're someone that supports and you want to talk about politics 24/7, there's a very active politics channel in the supporter Discord server. I'm gonna not get bogged down in the. No, it's on me. I did it. I opened the can of worms. I apologize, but like. You know, it's not politics for me. It's my lived experience, but I'll lay off. Ooh, we're gonna run him down. We're gonna run him down. Are you feeling it, Chad? I'm feeling it. The fairy wind is blowing our way. Not all heroes wear capes, but this Togetic certainly does. So this deck list went 5-1 in one of the community tournaments that someone submitted, and it's genuinely felt really clean. The Sigilif and the mix of other cards that we're playing, I am picking up what we're putting down here. And speaking of things that we're putting down, this plant dino right in the trash can. Put it down. It is hot, hot, hot. Togekiss. Togekiss hits for like EX power level amounts of damage with without the risk. You just had the stage 2 inconsistency. Seeing Jeff play Sigilif is surprising. So, one of the things that I think makes me a good deck builder is my willingness to go back and revisit cards that I've previously written off as bad, especially when something changes in the metagame. And something that has changed specifically for Sigilif is Sigilif is better post-Cyrus, I think. Is a really, really good dynamic shift. Having these little bits of chip shot at damage where they retreat back after the fact makes that effect better. All right, not full Pakarisu cheese, but they have the lead. I think we're looking at a tempo Sabrina angle here, gamers. I think is the well, maybe next turn it's a tempo Sabrina. I really need to try and find Togepi this turn, yeah. I think I need to take that because of Togepi. And then with the Togepi out, well, I kind of want to play this to play around their tempo Sabrina, but at the same time, I might need it to communication. The decision points that communication has added to these decks is so huge. Just absolutely love it. Sigilif is a card that got is good with stage 2s, and stage 2s got better with communication. Yeah, it's a solid observation as well. Agree. Yep. Send one of your friends to the front of the class, please. I'm putting a cape on here, so that way if they X-speed and Sabrina, well, do I just play around the Sabrina now? Yeah, I'm gonna put this out to play around the Sabrina, actually. Because between my draw next turn and this, we should be able to have something for communication, even if we miss on an organic. That's fine. Why would we miss, chat? Just take the good card. Okay, the leaks command on the Twitch chat side is hilarious. I don't know which mod made that, but you're great. It's !LEEKS, and it says, unless you really like Farfetch'd, you're probably looking for !LEAKS. That's some good, that's just some good writing right there. Hilarious. I'm not Cyrusing this turn. Yeah, it's a darn shame we didn't find our Cynthia. Do I ever wait a turn so that way I can hit them with... Do I ever wait a turn and just draw another card so that way I can use the Cynthia right away? I think so. I think so. And I could evolve this here. So that way it doesn't go down to like a Luxray. Oh, they don't have any discarded energy. I think this is the line. I think I want to get a knockout with this the turn we move into it. Because even with the Pakarisu up here, this clears unless they have potion. And then at that point, Overdrive Smash kills everything in their deck, yeah? I think the person that built this deck cooked shit. There were so many interesting choices this game. So many permutations the way this played out. Yeah, Giratina is just a 5th basic Pokemon that can tank for you while you try and assemble your stage 2 sometimes. Yes, the 10 damage there from our Sigilif earlier really mattering as well. If they have a Sabrina, they could tempo us off the Overdrive Smash power-up, but if they're Sabrina-ing us, then they're not Vulcanering. With them doing nothing here, we're just done. You're getting smashed in the literal sense here. I have 2 points. Sorry, but I did the thing where I wasn't paying attention that I had the Cyrus. Just dumb. I'm dumb. What's the ideal amount of basics to play? Most decks have 2 lines to set up. I noticed you always include a non-engine basic because that's a sack/wall early. It's not even just a sack/wall early. In some decks like this, your Giratina is a wall, but in a lot of decks, you just want something else that can put damage up. 5 basics is the floor on the number of basics. I think most decks want 6 or potentially 7. Hey, Dathos, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the Pocket Era. I am too. Why Giratina over Mew? Having your lead Pokemon that takes damage be an EX in a post-Cyrus world is an incredible liability. One of the strengths of this deck is it's going to make our opponents take 3 knockout points every game. My goal here is to be as likely as possible to find Togepi, so I'm going to research before I Pokeball, I think. Didn't matter. We found non-basics anyways. Boy, thanks for that brand new Prime support. I appreciate it. I should make the Prime plea more frequently. If you're someone, especially those watching on YouTube that haven't ventured to Twitch before, and you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you give Jeff Bezos money every month. That gives you a free Prime subscription if you make a Twitch account and link that up. And once a month, you can stop by my channel or any other channel on the platform and click the subscribe with Prime button, and it literally takes money from Jeff Bezos and sends it to the content creator you're supporting. Anywhere from 40 to 60% of my subscriber revenue in a given month comes from those Prime subscriptions, and I really appreciate the people that take the time to drop them off. Ooh, punished for not playing the Giratina out. Hey, Boutrid, thank you for the brand new Prime as well. I kind of wanted to save the Giratina for... I wanted to save the Giratina to, communication with, but I probably could have assumed we were just gonna, like, draw one, right? Ugh, where's my stage 1, gamers? Is this guaranteed to be a stage 1? No, it could be a Sigilif. It's 66% to be a stage 1, though. Everything turned out worse than expected. It's fine. We're going to put out second Togepi. We're going to put out Giratina. And we're going to win this game just like drawing 2 stage 1s next turn. And then 2 Togekiss to run them down. MB Tree, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. I think the most overpowered card is Professor's Research. I don't think Professor's Research is remotely overpowered. In fact, I think Pokemon Pocket is very specifically and intentionally designed for every deck to play 2 copies of that card. This doesn't do anything, right? Sad. If they have a copy of Dawn, we're probably dead, but if Sigilif buys us another turn, we probably have a shot. Luck at SSB, thank you as well. I want to make it very clear that I didn't stop playing Marvel Snap because of the financial commitment. Most of the money I spent on Marvel Snap was from community donations, encouraging me to chase cosmetics. So, again, even after expenses, the years I spent making Marvel Snap content were the most profitable and successful I had making content on this channel. I stopped making Marvel Snap content because parts of the game stopped being enjoyable to me. And I had, in Pokemon Pocket, what looks like an avenue for me to play something else that I'm having fun playing. I think we're just dead here at this point. I think we're just a little bit too far behind. I needed this to be at a place where... we could clear it with the 110 on Cynthia, and it's just not going to be. This might be a bad matchup for me. I mean, I think when my 2 Togetix are in my bottom 5 cards, anything's a bad matchup for this deck. It's a one trick all in. I think to talk about Snap for a second before we jump out into the game, for people who aren't familiar, Snap's card releases are very different than other regular card games. They only release 1 or 2 cards per week. And what that does to the metagame is it means every time a new card releases, for the couple of days following that card release, most of the games you play are new card mirror matches or people trying to hard counter the new card. So it basically means 2 days out of every week, the metagame is very polarized, and there's not a lot of interesting deck building to explore. I think one of the things that's really made me love Pocket is having a card game that I enjoy in terms of game mechanics that's also doing regular big set releases. As someone who like enjoys building and brewing off meta decks, it's so much more exciting to see, you know, 70 or 100 plus cards and be like, there's so many deck building ideas here and things for me to try, as opposed to like, there's 1 or 2 new cards and the things you do with them are obvious and you're gonna play a bunch of mirror matches. So I think as a brewer, the traditional card game release cycle is something I really enjoy. Instead of telling me you think I resigned a game too soon, you should tell me the specific permutations of game actions I should have taken to turn that game into a win. Because a lot of the time when I leave games, I'm not about to lose that game on the following turn, but it means that there's no combination of actions I can take over the next few turns that allow me to win, short of my opponent's internet disconnecting. Pokemon Pocket's the type of game where if you're playing it well at a remotely high level, you need to be thinking about 3-4 turns in advance and know what sequences gets you towards game wins, as opposed to when you're locked out and should move on. Awkward-ish opening hand. We found the Togepi, though. Dodge a Sabrina, we can dodge a ball, and if we start drawing cards, we might be in an okay spot. Aerodactyl's actually pretty scary for our deck. It stops us revolving in the active spot, which is something we really want to do a lot of the time. This is a nice draw, I guess. It buys us a little bit of time in the active spot. I could communication and oh, I put the energy on the wrong thing. All right, this game I'm shame conceding because I was talking and clicking. Too many things. We were talking about the law. I was playing the guaranteed out and explaining it, and then I dragged the energy to the wrong place. I needed to draw a card. Spending an energy to draw a card there was super correct. Apologies, opponent, for the time waste. What about hoping for a mistake from the opponent's side? So, I don't win anything from winning individual games. So unless we're on a win streak event or I'm playing in a tournament, there isn't value generated for me hoping my opponent makes a colossal misplay in the regular queue, because it doesn't tell me I'm not playing games just to win them. I'm playing games, one, for fun, but also to get a feel for how a deck plays out in a matchup. And if my deck needs my opponent to make multiple or even a single colossal mistake for me to win that matchup, that tells me already that I need what I need to know, right? I don't experience joy winning a random queue game because my opponent made a silly mistake. That's not fun for me. You're ignoring the fact that they had Melmetal built up in the back sparking, so that line doesn't work. Plus 15 experience. My account is level 50, so I'm capped on experience, unfortunately. Noteworthy that Giratina's 120 HP breakpoint goes down in 1 to a Ninetales plus a Blaine. So probably want to put a cape on it. What is the win-loss ratio for this deck? So I very intentionally don't put wins and losses with the decks that I'm playing on my overlay, because I don't generate a statistically significant sample size with any deck that I'm playing. So if the record with a given deck that I'm playing happens to be really good, it's going to be misleading and make people think it's maybe better than it is. And if the record that I'm playing with my deck is really bad, that doesn't mean the deck's necessarily bad. There's a lot more details that could go into it, so it could lead to bad conclusions in the other directions as well. I know that that's a stat people care a lot about, but it's one that I very intentionally don't include because I think it causes people with bad statistical backgrounds to draw bad conclusions. For people who aren't familiar with me, just to give you a little insight into me, I'm going to cape here to make them have Blaine, I think, in case they have to draw the Nine Tails. I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching a range of subjects at both the high school and college level, including introductory statistics. The difference between a deck being, you know, 5-0 and 3-2, or even 2-3, something much worse, is often a lot of slim margins and one better choice or one worse choice in different spots, or one variant thing breaking your way or not breaking your way. When I'm not playing a tournament and I'm just playing these random games, my goal is not to focus on the results, it's to focus on the process and how the deck is playing out in the average games that I'm playing. I'm not interested in what the super high roll or super low roll games look like. I'm trying to get a feel for whether or not a deck could be something I want to take into a tournament. And the exact record doesn't help me conclude that. Dodge a Sabrina, we can dodge a ball? Coolio. This was a interesting game where we maneuvered around here. We had a very less than ideal start, and we were able to go ahead thanks to Giratina having a really good showing here, letting us maneuver in, out, and all around. Yeah, and then Cynthia lets us pick up the KO on the first hit here. It's really, really slick. Cool W. Like even this, right? Like this is a game that was interesting to me from an introspective because it showed me that like my opponent's draw wasn't the best, but they put something aggressive together, and my non-Togekiss tools were able to buy me time to get to Togekiss to win the game. That's a meaningful thing to take away from the play patterns of the deck. There's something here when everything doesn't come together right from the start. The Sigillus has felt really good. I think with Cyrus, Sigillus value is up. What's my favorite deck so far? We played Lumineon Yanmega this morning in a tournament, and it generated some really awesome games and felt like there might be something there. That's going to be tomorrow afternoon's highlight for sure. I've also really liked Ms. Maggie as aggro, generated some fun games. We're going first. They're a fire deck. I think we lead Togepi against fire as opposed to Sigilif with the Togetic queued up. Moltres. Ooh, really cooking. Opponent's got some stuff going on. No reason to play out bench Pokemon here. I don't need to give them swirling disaster targets in the short term. It's fun watching you work. I went from not caring about Pokemon ever to loving playing this game and all the different ways you can play. Yeah, Adam, I would bet this game made a lot of new Pokemon fans. It's just genuinely a good strategy card game. Yeah, they do have fire energy. Oh, and water? Oh, are they like mostly colorless Drudagon? I mean, I bet that's what this is. They're probably mostly colorless Drudagon, I'd wager. With the fire water. One of my pet peeves is how little flare time we get during these. I completely agree. I think my #1 request for things I would like to see improved in this game is the cosmetic finishes. I think that the system that they have has such a solid base, but the details are really lacking currently. Zach Brannigan, thank you for the over 4 years. With my birth of my daughter, I forgot to send you Bezos money. This game and stream has kept me sane during the first couple of weeks. I hope Mom and your little one are both doing well. Congrats on the new addition to your family. There is a Ms. Magius Magnazone deck that's 4-0 in one of the community tournaments today. All right, let me check out that one out, I suppose. God, there's so many sweet things to explore in this game, gamers. I'm so excited. This game's so good. It's so good. Magnazone can carry it. It's got a strong back for sure. All right, speaking of, is our opponent heading to the zone here? If our opponent heads into the zone, we're gonna need oh, you know, I should have put the Giratina out to switch into after they knock this out. Yeah, this was a mistake. Oh, do they not have it? Oh my goodness, they don't have it. That's so good for us. Holy. You're killing me, Mr. Krabs. I take the card draw here. Yeah, I'm gonna put the Giratina out. I think I take the card draw. There's our first Togekiss. Now, unfortunately, Cynthia plus Kiss is not gonna be enough to clear zone. You played any IRL card games the same way you played Snap and Pocket. So Magic the Gathering is the game I was making content for when I started doing content full time. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that we're gonna be able to win this one, gamers. Oh, I messed up. I could have put this in and pulled it back out. Done the truffle shuffle. So I suppose with Cape, we live the Rocky Helmet hit here. I don't live next turn is the problem. Yes, Overdrive Smash only applies to your current Tome Kiss, not all of them globally. And this, notably, removes the Overdrive Smash when they get switched. So yeah, when they Sabrina or Cyrus you lose that bonus. Which is unfortunate. We are gonna be we're checkmate to the other Magna Zone here, unfortunately. But if it's in their bottom three, they've played both research, so if the other Magna Zone's in the bottom three, we've got a shot. Is this, I don't have my other Magna Zone draw, and I don't have my other Magna Zone draw. Sick. See, chat, they should have played enough cards to let them draw their whole deck instead of only drawing most of it. Then they'd have both their payoffs. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and roll some adverts. We've got one more viewer deck after this one, but I also need like one more game with this one to get a highlight with it for early next week, I think. So we're gonna play a couple more with this when we get back, and then we're gonna close out playing some more Luxray today, is the game plan. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. It's time to stand up for this last segment too. Been sitting for a little while. I can't wait for you to make a deck around the Lake Trio. I imagine we'll get around to the Lake Trio before the next expansion releases. Oh, gamers, I showed this earlier, but I'm going to show it again because I know there's different people here now. Look at our wonderful art from last night. Aren't we talented? We're so good. Almost good enough to hang up in the home. Christy is, I don't need to hear that hers is better, chat. Just tell me mine is good, okay? She does painting on the regular. You could tell her gradient through is much nicer than mine. We have white into some and just gray. You can tell it's a bird. You can definitely tell it's a bird. Context is key. You can tell it's a bird. Other good updates to share for people that are in the community. The Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series is putting the S at the end of that logo. We are confirmed coming back on March 8th, Saturday, March 8th, after the next card packs release. And we are going to have an over $500 prize pool at least. When we announced that it was coming back, a bunch of Hoaglandia community members took it upon themselves to fund the prize pool in advance. So we're still wrangling up sponsors, seeing if we're going to have any come back from the first one. We had good numbers, so hopefully we will. But we're going to have some solid cash prizing for the next one at a minimum. I've been playing the Mega deck, and it's so good. The Lumineon one? I really like the Lumineon one we played today. I'm gonna play more of that. I like this build of Togekiss better than the one I brewed to start the format. I like the extra utility cards. Cape has been really strong. Hey, thanks, Stitchy. If you're new here, I know that's your first comment, or you new follow. You are a new follow. I have a YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Oglandia Pocket, and I post the best of the decks that we play. If you've been hanging out today, you've seen us play through a ton of things. The most interesting and competitive of them get uploaded in daily cuts over on the YouTube side. Could you talk a bit about your FlexiSpot desk? Was thinking of ordering one. Do you use monitor arms in your setup, and what size do you use? I actually have all three of my 24-inch monitors just on the desk because I have their massive 72-inch wide one. But I have a smaller desk that the kids have. My kids actually have their two computers on the same wide desk, and I have monitor arms for those. There's a little bit less space there for them. We're going second. I'm going to lead Sigilif here, actually, so that way we can get some card draw going. But yeah, FlexiSpot's good stuff. They make my standing desk, they make my bike chair, and they make my regular office chair, too. I've been partner with them for, gosh, probably close to 2 years now. My codes generated like almost 25,000 USD worth of sales for them. So a lot of folks in the community have picked stuff up. I've been pretty happy with it. Munza, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate it. I believe FlexiSpot ships into a few different places. My referral codes are just for US and Canada though. But if you look on their general website, I think they ship in a few different places. You just won't be able to use my thing. So this is guaranteed to be a Togepi, which is lovely. This is a matchup where the Giant Cape is super important because Melmetal deals 120, which is 140 with weakness. Definitely need to keep drawing cards here, because against a metal deck, I probably need both my Togepi lines. If you are someone like myself, who is someone that's at their office equipment constantly, even if you don't check out my sponsor, I would very much recommend a standing desk. It's a game changer. You're gonna feel a lot better not being stationary all day. You see, not only do I pedal, but like you see me bounce around and move around a lot when I'm standing, just like keeps the blood flowing, keeps your energy up. If they don't evolve the Meltan this turn, we can pivot into Togetic and clear them for 40 here, which would be great. Ah, not all heroes wear capes, but this one certainly does. Are there any metal decks going around? So there's a few people trying Dialga, but a lot of them are having pretty mixed results. The best performing Dialga builds are the ones playing Yanmega and Mew, but there's still people playing Melmetal, like this opponent here, obviously, as well. Okay, so what's the game plan? We go here, we go energy. And you guys want to like try and figure out what's the sequence of plays that allow me to win this game. I'm gonna put a cape on this. I'm gonna draw a card. They're gonna knock this out. I'm gonna evolve this. I'm gonna hit them for 30, and then I'll hit them for 100. And if they have potions, I can Cynthia through them, and then I'll be able to build this one up in the meantime, in between time as well, most likely. So I need to draw another Togetic in my next 2 draws here is the goal. So I can hit this on curve. Communication is not bad. So it means if I draw either my stage 1 or stage 2 next turn, I get to get the one I'm missing. This is a second communication. So we're playing one communication and one slab, because in my experience, decks that have less than 10 Pokemon get kind of clunky with communication. Even this hand here, right? You could look and see that I don't have a bunch of Pokemon to swap with the communication. If my opponent has a copy of Sabrina, I could be in a little bit of trouble here. This is 50% to find a Psychic Pokemon. There's 2 of those in my deck. That's perfect. And then next turn, I am guaranteed to find my Togekiss, because it's the last Pokemon in my deck. I don't need to use Cynthia here, because we're going to deal 40 followed by 100, so we're clearing this as is. I also don't really have any other supporters I need at the moment. And I want to make sure I mark enough damage to get this cleaned out. Actually, you know what I should do? I should Sabrina them, because next turn the Cynthia clears this anyways, and this lets me mark damage on something else. It forces them to have like a copy of Leaf. Yeah, I actually like this a lot, because we have Cynthia here. And if they have to Leaf to get the Melmetal back up, they can't Sabrina me and take a knockout point. So the tempo Sabrina doing something Cyrus couldn't here, which is one of the reasons why we're playing a split of those 2. Thanks for working on the Manaphy and Mega Lumia deck. It definitely feels better than the Dialga and Mega deck I was playing. Yeah, it felt better than that one to me too. 1 energy is a big difference maker. Oh gosh, and the Cyrus here is really good too. Okay, so now we can put a cape on this. So we're no longer dead to Sabrina. We'll communication, grab the other Togekiss out, so we're no longer dead to that Sabrina. We'll put an energy here. We'll Cynthia to clear this. This takes a bunch of their energy off the board. So their Dialga is going to come up from the back and take a knockout point here. But then that's only their second, because again, one of the strengths of this deck is the fact that everything we do is only a single knockout point. And then once Togekiss here gets revved up, Cyrus on this one's going to come a-knocking and clear him on out. This game really did such a stellar job of showcasing that split difference between Cyrus and Sabrina, right? Like, we needed Sabrina to be Sabrina, and we needed Cyrus to be Cyrus to get this game down to the wire. Now, if they have a copy of Sabrina, they could get us here potentially, because Sabrina would undo my Overdrive Smash. It's not checkmate, but it puts us in a worse spot than we otherwise would be in. It takes away our checkmate next turn. Even if you retreat back to this, you lose the bonus because it left the active spot. What's our last card? Or the research? Or the research. We got down to 1 card in our deck while they still have 4, and we didn't play both research. LOL. This game also kind of highlights why the Melmetal Dialga deck kind of struggles in a post-Cyrus world. Is we took a knockout point on their Melmetal, and now I get to take my second knockout point by dragging their Dialga back to the front of the class, kicking and screaming. Oh, that's the flared immersive. Good night. Thanks for the knockout point. This deck was sweet. I like this build a lot. This build at a 5-1 finish in one of the community tournaments. Shout out to our Hoaglandia member that sent it in as a viewer deck submission today. And a lot of fun with this one. This one gets a deck name. It's a deck name and highlighted cards that are appropriate. One gets to stay. All right, we got one more viewer deck today, which is a deck that I like. This was actually the highlight on the YouTube channel this morning. This Luxray, Electabuzz, a dash of Farfetch to mix well, and a really good set with this on stream the other day. Let's jump on into some games and see if we can have a repeat performance. Has Jeff commented on the Magnezone Hitmonlee deck? I just want to say the Magnezone Hitmonlee deck makes my brain feel incredibly smart because I built that deck within 2 cards the day before the set released while we were building decks together on stream. So that deck's great, and very clearly my brain is huge for building it in advance. We played a tournament first thing to start this morning. Had some really good games with new Lumineon brew that I think I might run back in tomorrow's tournament. I liked it a lot. What kind of energy are they? Lightning? I think I'll open on Duck. No, I don't play any Marvel Snap anymore. If I was enjoying it off stream, I'd still play it some on stream. It's my favorite deck this set so far. I'm a huge Lumineon enjoyer, so the Lumineon deck we played this morning has jumped to the top of my favorite list. Before that, I really liked the Ms. Magius Azulf aggro. I plan to work on that some more too. Yes, playing the bench hitting Lumineon, not the new deal 50 for 1. God, this card is quacked, chat. Absolutely love it. I guess if their Magnezone cooks my Duck, I could be in trouble. JK, I have a second Duck. So this takes a point here. And then they put up the zone and clear this. I put up second Duck, hit the zone. They clear the Duck. We draw Luxray, Volkner onto the Luxray, clear the Magnezone. Does it feel odd to not play a game you sunk so much money into? I am very good at not experiencing a sunk cost fallacy. I absolutely do not view any of the money I spend on any of these games as an investment. I view it as I'm spending this money to get enjoyment out of this, and the enjoyment I'm having at the moment is worth what I'm spending. It always makes me cringe when I hear people talk about their investments in mobile games. You should view playing a game like Pokemon Pocket or Marvel Snap like spending money at the movie theater. You know, am I actually supposed to kill the Electabuzz? Nah, probably not. They might be on Electrieve. But if they are, it's probably only one, yeah? Electivire, whatever it's called. Even if they have that, they would have to have it plus Volkner, and they still can't kill this because it's 130. And now, the way this works out is I just need to pivot off of this until, oh, you know what? This actually doesn't work for me because the Electabuzz can chase us down is the problem. I needed to kill the Electabuzz. I messed up. I was thinking the Electivire didn't matter, but the thing that mattered is the fact that Electabuzz can chase down my Luxray after I attack with it. Yeah. GG opponent. So I should have offed the Electabuzz because then that would have let me have 2 draws at Volkner to win the game. Small mistake on my part. Wouldn't have been guaranteed to win, but if I would have played better, I would have given myself outs to have a shot instead of being just dead. TK, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's actually a great way to think about it, Towler, is Luxray feels like a non-EX version of Infernape a lot of the time. We're loving the content. Well, thanks for taking the time to support it directly with that Prime sub. That direct support is a big part of why I'm able to do this as a job. There's my adorable little Dorko. Tails! Tails! Rip. This prevents all damage that it would take, So we don't lose this to their bench hitter, which is nice. So they're going to hit it. We'll evolve. We'll quack them. We'll quack them. But they are going to get to mark a bunch of damage on this is noteworthy. Here's an interesting thought. Do I give up a knockout point to have a full health Luxray? I think the answer is yes. Yes? I think the answer is yes. Because full health Luxray survives a 100-point hit from a Blastoise. Yeah, and this energy goes to the discard, so I just get to Volkner it back. Hey, Swid, welcome to a live one. The Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series is going to be returning on March 8th after our next card packs release. I'm super excited to run it back. It was a great broadcast. I'm glad so many people enjoyed it. So that's our first energy in the bin. Or release any more videos for the tournament on YouTube. The tournament round I highlighted only did so-so, so if you want to go back and catch it, I recommend checking out the stream archive on Twitch or YouTube. Would be my recommendation. It's on Spraggle's YouTube channel. But you can also watch it on the Twitch or on the Twitch side on my channel. I think it's this. I think it's this. Oh, actually, you know what it is? It's this cook the turtle, because we have weakness. And then Luxray cooks the next thing next turn. Yeah. I didn't connect. I think that's the first time I've attacked with the Luxio in like almost 3 hours of gameplay with this deck, so it took me a minute. This actually doesn't matter because I have Volkner. He just like gets to do his best X-Speed impersonation. And again, we've got 3 energy in the discard pile here. Do not use research. Yes, accurate. Don't draw cards. Bad Hoagland. Goes against everything I believe in, not drawing cards. Gonna run 12 Psychic, Slam, Cubs, Balls, Research. Yeah, I mean, we actually tried something pretty close to that. It was, I'm not gonna tell you it was good, but it was less bad than I was expecting it to be. Full Art Volkner win, I know. I'm opening those booster packs if it makes you feel better, but I am very much missing them, yes. It is not the X speed I wanted for Christmas. Us having damage marked on it is not ideal. So what's the game plan here? We are gonna put in energy and quack them with the duck, and then we draw Volkner and finish. So we have two draws at 2 Volkners. And if we hit research next turn, we could research into the Volkner. It's unfortunate that we bricked X speed, because bricking X speed means that I wasn't able to hit them last turn, but hopefully it doesn't matter. Nah, it is gonna matter, because they got to retreat it. Sad. I'm gonna do this, so that way, what's it called doesn't grab it. Yeah, so this is card for card, the same Luxray deck I posted the highlight with this morning. I like these 20 cards a lot. Yep, and now that they pulled back, we pivot to the Electabuzz to murder the Darkrai. X-Speed. X-Speed is our best top deck. We only have one of those, though. Second Volkner, eh? It's so sad this only works on a couple of dorks. I don't think I want to give a knockout point up. No, I don't think I give the duck here. Maybe just let Electabuzz take a hit. I think that's good for us, yeah? I feel like getting their Cyrus used on a duck is upside here. Am I Volknering proactively? There's still a research in my deck, which is a strong incentive to Volkner this turn. But it kinda gives up the plan. I think it's still correct. They can assume I have 2 of that card, yeah? I'm gonna play the Electabuzz out to play around Sabrina. $40 plus 120 clearing Darkrai with a cape is a real clean set of synergy. I need them to not have Leaf Magnezone. Gets us into trouble. Narrator, we were in trouble. I don't have a cape. I think that cooks us, yeah? That was close. We really needed an X speed or a different lead. We needed to not need to mark this 40 damage to start. I needed to clean this out and then be able to move into Electivire in the back. Was bulking and then blasting with the Electivire a consideration? If I did that, I took 40 on the backswing, and then I took 40 on the backswing, and then I died to the Darkrai when it moved up, and the Darkrai would have no damage on it. I would just have no path to clear it. Should you have targeted Magneton first? I think I still end up in the same spot if I target Magneton first, right? I would have been able to kill the Magnezone the following turn, but then the Darkrai is still at 160 and I can't clear it out after the fact. I guess it would have let me pivot to the Electabuzz with the... Yeah, maybe that would have let it... So if I hit the Magnezone... All right, now you're gonna make me go back and check the tape. I think this is a worth checking the tape moment. Little Jeffception. Okay, so if I Electabuzz here, and then they take the same line and kill this, my Luxray's at 110, and Luxray can kill this. Then the following turn, they bring up Darkrai, and Darkrai can only do 100 to Luxray, which would let it live. And then Luxray retreats to Electabuzz, and Electabuzz evolves into Electivire, and we Volkner it up to 3 energy, and we tap this for 40, and then we tap it for 120 the following turn. Now, the wrinkle in that plan is I didn't have any knockout points at this stage, which means that if when I pivot to the Electivire, they're going to pull the Darkrai back and put the Druddigon back up. And then at that point, they would have 3 turns to beat me before I get back to the Luxray, and I've spent both my Volkners. I think we lose that, right? Because this comes up, I hit it for 40, they retreat it back, it goes down to 1 energy. Oh, it would be down to 2 energy, actually. And then I would go 1, and then they would attach. I guess it would come down to if they had the second leaf or not, which is probable, but not guaranteed. And this is one of those spots where, like, looking at the way it played out, I think you're correct that I'm supposed to hit the Magnezone first, but it doesn't guarantee me the win. But it gives me a better chance of winning than the line that I took. That's a good observation. That's one of the reasons why I enjoyed this deck the last time we played it. These decks full of single knockout point Pokemon have such interesting lines. It always feels like there's places to go back where it's like, all right, what could we have done differently? What's the sequence here? Manaphy with first energy advantage is terrifying. We do have a type advantage over a lot of water friends, though, which is nice. As someone who's played a lot of Manaphy decks, it feels tough to lose games where you activate Manaphy twice, usually. And they're going to get to activate Manaphy twice here, guaranteed. And Misty Heads! Alright, we can go next. Oh, you know, we're actually going to have an ad auto roll here in a second. So let's go ahead and tap the advert. We're going to be streaming for another half hour or so yet. We're going to wrap the day out with this Luxray deck because that's a ton of fun. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side... Oh, look at that. We hit 1,100 likes already. Almost 1,200. I was going to ask if we could get to 1,000, but we're already there. I'd appreciate it if you still push the button, but we hit my goal, so, you know, can be happy. Don't worry about a thing. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I don't have any flares for the middle one, chat. I'm missing another flare on the Luxray. I can't play this deck in a tournament yet. It's too pleb. I have non-full art Volkners. I am just bubbling in shame. Let's check the Wonder Pick, see if there's anything lurking in there. Nah, as long as you start through the Link Sox fan, they know you came for me. Oh, man. Do we wonder pick the Luxray looking for the flare? Absolutely, absolutely. I am 2-30 in Wonder Picks this season. 2-31. Whoo! I will burn this place to the ground. What were you? Were you two? I don't remember. We knew it was gonna be a cursed wonder pick season from the start, though. Oh, I do need another full art Giratina, don't I? Yeah. We knew it was gonna be a cursed wonder pick season from the start, because my very first wonder pick of the season, I missed on a 2-star. Two and 32? 2 and 32. Have you come across any reasonable Leafeon decks? I actually haven't played any Leafeon on stream. I have a Leafeon deck in my deck editor that I've not played games with yet, that maybe we will get to at some point, but I'm skeptical it's good, so I haven't been prioritizing it over viewer decks. I think my plan tomorrow morning is we're going to play a couple of non-viewer decks, need a couple of more matches with Bastiodon and Rampardos to get some highlights with those. What are your thoughts on the Rampardos deck? I think some variation of Rampardos has a lot of potential. I would be absolutely shocked if Leafeon Fossils was remotely playable. I assume it's some prime YouTube clickbait, though. Sure, if you do a little bit of searching, you can find someone out there promising you there's a new fancy way to play that you haven't thought about. Fighting weakness, not looking great for our hero. I've been really impressed with this Luxray deck. I think it lines up pretty well into the Darkrai stuff in general. Being able to punch past Druddigon is strong. You want to beat Gyarados and Darkrai, I guess this is a great choice. Oh. Feeling kind of baked, gamers. If they have the Lucario, the Hitmonchan one-shots Electabuzz too, yeah? Yeah, and I can't clear that anymore. Alright. Missing first energy advantage and a duck. We really need to open a duck in this matchup and or have first energy advantage. Before the mini set, you were excited for Mamoswine, but I didn't see you play. I mean, I was excited for Mamoswine because he's one of my favorite characters. He's not a very good card, no. We played a little bit of it on the day after release, I think. It was fine, but not something highlightable. It was maybe like a week 4 highlight deck. The threshold for how playable something needs to be week 4 is a lot lower. All right, fighting matchup, but we have first energy advantage and a duck. This should be significantly better for us than the last one. Especially with them leading on Marshadow here, not ideal for them. Duck is so good. It's wild to me how many comments I still get on YouTube videos about how much Farfetch'd I play. You all need to play way more Farfetch'd. Everybody needs to play more Farfetch'd, gamers. Primeval Law means I can't evolve my active Pokemon. Primeval Law means I can't evolve my active Pokemon. Primeval Law means I can't evolve my active Pokemon. Did you know Primeval Law means I can't evolve my active Pokemon? And if you're wondering, what's wrong with Jeff? Is he skipping a button? I'm saying that for my benefit as much as yours at home. Because let's just say I've foobarred that enough times. Is there an X speed in my future, gamers? Noteworthy here, Aerodactyl is weak to lightning, so Luxray will clear it in 1 when it's in the active spot. The only one Electivire in this deck list. Wait. Oh my goodness, did they mess up? Oh my goodness, they messed up, gamers. We've all been there. We've all done that. They put the energy on the wrong thing. Oh, and we found the Luxray. I'm gonna evolve this now, because I wouldn't want to break the law. What would you pair Jolteon with these days? I don't know what the ideal Pokemon is for Jolteon, but you definitely want some capes. Getting that card up to 110 sounds great. Farfetch'd is a lot, it really is. Do we kill Marshadow first? No. We kill the Aerodactyl, and then they clear the Luxray with the Marshadow, and then Electivire with Volkner kills the Marshadow. I, for one, am shocked that someone who got timed out for being a red card truther earlier in the stream decided to show up in my DMs and complain about being timed out about it. We'll just upgrade that timeout to a permanent removal. It's actually like, I could almost understand people who were red card truthers in 2024 when, like, it was putting up some tournament results because people were playing it despite it being bad. But it is truly, wholly, puzzlingly wild that we are this far into the metagame now where basically no one is playing it because there's just way better options and the card is bad, and there's still people being like, huh, red card's got practical use. No, it doesn't. Stop. Get some help. What's the exact quote? What did they say? Red card may not be useful in every game or even every 5 games. But in a tournament, when that 6th game comes up and it wins you a game, it's justified in its slot. End quote. That's the bar. The bar is useful 1 in every 6 games, okay? I wonder how they achieved that calculation. Definitely made it up. Ursi Day keeps saying red card is busted. You should go back and look through Ursi Day's recently played deck list, especially after this thing, and see how many times she plays red card. I would bet the answer is probably not a lot. All right, so we get to tap the Palkia here for 40. And then Luxray with Volkner finishes next turn. I feel like I should go through and look at all the recent results. Anecdotally, there haven't been red cards in any of the tournament lists I've been pulling up. But I don't know, maybe there's actually some posting it still, but I feel like it's almost done, right? I'm new to streaming. I want to know how to show my hand on stream like you're doing. So, you have to capture your game screen multiple times. And you use OBS's tools to trim down to just the bits that you care. There's 2 energy in here, yeah? 3, yeah. Okay. So, you have to get a bunch of captures all together. And then trim the ones just to the part that you care about. Just the hand, just the game board, just the opponent's hand, etc. I'm currently of the opinion that decks running fewer basics, like 4, with more utility cards are more vulnerable to red card. If your position is bad decks are worse against red card, yeah, that's a fair assessment. I would agree with that. We're at a I need to draw Volkner. Yep, to win the game, unfortunately. Does Electivire buy me a turn? Electivire buys me a turn if they don't have another Geo. Or another Sabrina. Or a first Sabrina. Okay, and we top deck the Volkner, so I do this. I can't attack because of Rocky Helmet. Because it wouldn't be lethal, and then next turn I have lethal, so. We're beating Starmie. We're not beating Cyrus. We're not beating Starmie Sabrina. Duck would live to just Sabrina, wouldn't live to Starmie Sabrina. And then with X Speed and Volkner, so long as they don't kill us here, we win. Cool. So X Speed lets us pull the Electivire out. This is a clutch game, huh? I love the bob and weave that this deck offers. We go Volkner here, Energy, X Speed. Get our last point from anybody we want. Electivire can attack. If Electivire attack, it dies to the Rocky Helmet. And then we each have 3 points. I would like to win. Although, we can do this one. I'm curious now, because I had been meaning to do this, so now we're gonna dig it on stream. How deep in the Spraggles, Hooglandia, and Ursi Day tournaments, the biggest tournaments from last weekend, do you have to go in the results to find a red card? What am I gonna open? I'll open top 32. Let's say top 32. Are there any red cards in the top 32? Let's offer up our ram to the Chrome God. Nope. 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 Even these decks that have 16, like this is a 16 trader deck, gamers. 16. This is truly a testament to how trash, like, we've acknowledged this card is as a community. Like, 16 and 14 traders don't even have room for it, right? Yeah, like, does the 18 trainer Pakarisu deck even play it? There is an 18 trainer Pakarisu deck that did well at Ursi's tournament, I believe. I'm gonna check. I'll start there. And if the 18 trainer Pakarisu deck doesn't have it, I'm done looking, I think. Where was it? 18 trainer Pakarisu, 25th place. No red card, no Mars. Is there a Mars here and I'm not seeing it? There's not, right? Like, just truly, that's so valid. It's so validating to see how this metagame and format have played out. Even Lumberry makes the cut. Blue makes the cut. Blue makes the cut. Yup. Would you say Mars is good? I would say Mars is less bad than red card and still unplayable. Okay, cool. Yeah. At that Hogland. He knows a thing or two about these card games. I like this Luxray deck. I might talk myself into playing this Luxray deck in a tournament at some point. It is almost 4 o'clock. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it an afternoon here. We've been live for over 7 hours. We're going to take some deck submissions tomorrow as well. We're going to play a tournament tomorrow also. Probably do a nice solid stream. If you're a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, I'm going to throw the link for deck submissions in the announcements channel on the Discord server. You can go ahead and send them through there. If you want to claim a spot tomorrow, I'll probably take 5 or 6 viewer decks again. Appreciate everybody hanging out through the end and enjoy the rest of your Thursday wherever you're at. If you want to see more of the Luxray deck, by the way, it was the highlight this morning on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. Had some really good games with it earlier this week as well. Deck is pretty consistent and very fun.